Yeah, it was blurred for a reason.
Hello, I think, I think that we're back. It's Hank, and I'm being joined now after a little bit of a technical delay by Lindsay Ellis and Kirsten Banks. Kirsten is a astrophysicist and science communicator in Australia. Lindsay is a author and communicator of complicated ideas in the United States of America. I'm Hank Green. We are, we actually are
Barely
live.
works.
We really did do it. There's just quite a delay. And we have 798 people watching. Let your friends know, let your family know. We've also got a bunch of people watching on TikTok because it's the only way to actually watch the stream for a little while.
It's very like one-sided conversation.
And the people who are watching on TikTok know that I have now asked this question 3 times.
Yeah.
And
you guys don't even know what politician I was defending because Hank was reacting, but not. But you described it, so they could probably figure out. Probably figure it out with context clues.
I think we've all heard the hottest of takes about a thing that happened 5 years ago,
7 years ago.
So I wanted to ask Lindsay what aliens would think of the Project Rossum stream, and of course Lindsay's going to give.
Well, I guess I feel like the question is how universal is capitalism, right?
How universal is,
because we've only really stumbled upon it pretty recently. Before that we had feudalism, and we had barter system, blah blah blah. So but then again, like the whole concept of charity kind of emerged in a formal sense from the church. So then you have to ask, do they have religion? Do they have organized religion? Do they have tithes? So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of confluences of things that had to have happened for charity to have become a normal part of a society. That
there's going to be a normal. I'm being told that I'm quiet. There's going to be a certain amount of helping, like there people are going to be like this supposed culture. One assumes that it's a bunch of organisms that rely on each other, work together, and the way in which help gets distributed, the way in which it is, the question is whether that's sort of like equally applied across a whole culture, or whether it is. See, Lindsay and I are unfortunately science fiction writers, or whether that is something that is unequally distributed. So for example, you would help your family before you would help your friends, before you would help your close ethnic circle, before you would help your sort of national circle, before you would help your global circle, which is sort of how we work. But even if it's just like family, then friends, there is sort of the there's a potentially a potential universality to the inequality of help. Does that is that possible?
Well, sorry, I feel like I've been talking too much.
Oh, no, well, I
someone in the chat already dinged me for being insensitive, so I'm going to shut up.
Oh, God. Well, welcome to being back on the internet a little bit.
Right, yeah, it's going really well, thanks.
Do you have, what do you think? What do you think of, I guess I should ask you as an astrophysicist, are there aliens? Because I feel like Kirsten needs to confirm for Lindsay and I, that indeed there are. Please tell me.
Well, look, if I did know, I would definitely tell you that aliens are real, because I'm not saying that they're, oh my God, I'm off to a great start, aren't I? I'm definitely not saying that aliens are real, but if scientists actually found aliens, we would tell you. So to put that straight up ahead.
Yes.
Having said that, any aliens that we happen to
find, like the idea though that you would get to know a little bit before the rest of us.
It is very exciting. I love being underneath an embargo because I get to know all the fun science things before everyone else.
Like you got to see Avengers before we did.
Except it was an actual alien.
The alien embargo. People are like, "Ooh, how many appendages?" Are they bilateral symmetry?
Embargoes to my partner. I'm like, let me tell you the cool science thing, please.
Yeah, totally. So what you're saying is you're currently under embargo and you can't tell us about the aliens.
Sure.
That's what I'm hearing. okay. So the scientists would let us know. They might take a little bit of time to get their act together before they let us know. So we don't actually, there's not currently aliens, but there probably are, right?
Probably. I mean, if we take the photo taken by Hubble, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, in this teeny tiny piece of sky, it's like if you were to hold a grain of sand between your fingertips and your arm straight out,
Uh-huh.
the amount of sky that grain of sand covers is the size of this photograph.
Right.
And within this photograph, you can see thousands of galaxies.
Yeah. See, like there's aliens.
Right? Like even from those thousands of galaxies, you multiply that by the number of grains of sand you can put across the entire sky. And then each galaxy has hundreds of billions of stars. And based on how many planets we found in our galaxy, each one of those stars has at least one planet. So probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel good about it. The problem is, and I'm very curious about this because this isn't really the case everywhere in the galaxy. Problem is that like everything's really far away, but there's some areas where like there are some stars pretty close to each other. Maybe some more planets. Maybe wouldn't it be amazing if we got 2 habitable planets in our solar system and like like those early times when we were like Mars, it looks like it's got canals on it. I bet there's people build canals on Mars, or they built canals on Mars and now it's a desert, but we could go and see their ruins and they're all extinct now. All that stuff, of course, turned out to not be true, but probably for some species out there, it turned out to be a little bit true. Like maybe they woke up one day, they started having TV, and they made spaceship rockets, and they went to like their equivalent of Mars, and there were a bunch of old buildings and an extinct civilization, and they went and like learned a bunch of stuff, and probably learned too much, and then destroyed themselves or got a virus or something. Which
Usually
is
how it goes.
It's usually how it goes. Like the question becomes, are we? Does our kind of existence on a planet exist in kind of a shell of time that doesn't last very long? And we're all hoping no, but we're all sometimes feeling a little bit yes. Sometimes like one day maybe more than another day. For example, this day maybe more than another day. It is an interesting time to be having the Project for Awesome because of course there's a lot of difficulty on our planet, and it's feeling quite tense at the moment. And we never know what tomorrow holds. But during war, you don't even know what today holds. So it has certainly been a day where I've been happy to have the Project for Awesome to prevent me from staring at news that is ultimately probably better for me to wait until there's more concrete information anyway. Regardless, that is, I think, how a little bit all of us are feeling right now. I wanted to ask you, Lindsay, how has not being on the internet been? We all miss you, of course, but I know that is a relatively new phenomenon for you in the course of the last decade or so.
No comment.
No comment on what it's like to not be on the internet.
I mean, I don't think I have anything to say that would fit the tone I think you're going for.
Okay. I mean, then I will ask you offline because I'm super curious as a person who has thought about what that life might be like. I
think it would go differently if you planned it better. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Totally. Kirsten, how has life on TikTok as a TikToker been? And I know that it is. I'm frustrated with the TikTok platform personally, but I know that there's also like a lot of the advantages, how to build audience, and then from there, what to do with it, because TikTok is mostly just good for audience building.
Absolutely, and no doubt about that. Like you can join TikTok, post a video, and your video is guaranteed to be seen by at least some eyeballs, which is pretty cool. Definitely monetization doesn't work so well as it does with other platforms like YouTube, but with my science communication, a lot of my income didn't come from social media anyway beforehand, in not even much now either. So it hasn't changed too much for me, except for seeing more people and being able to connect with amazing creators around the world. It's overall pretty much awesome. I really enjoy it.
Great. Cool. I mean, I've been so happy to find like other people who are doing creative science communication on TikTok. It sort of seemed like there was a period of time there where science communication on YouTube kind of hit a ceiling, and like there wasn't room for other people to find any new air, no new light in the sort of canopy of content creation, and TikTok opened up a little bit of space, and suddenly there was a bunch of new interesting things going on. So the Project for Awesome, if y'all are not aware, who might be hanging out here, is a charity event that my brother and I started doing in 2007, and now we've been doing it for an awful long time. I hit the wrong button, and so you can donate to the Project for Awesome, and several things can happen. First, the amount of money that we have raised total increases. This is currently $1.43 million. So you can go to the Tiltify and find that number. And you can go, that's at projectforawesome.com/donate. And in exchange for a donation, you can get a perk. There are lots of different perks. There is the digital download bundle, which is the most popular perk that we have. That includes things like all of my TikTok drafts and lots of exclusive podcasts, many, many different fun things. You can get my little foam coins that I made. I see a Project for Awesome on the back. They got a little Hankler fish on them that I did. Oh, did Lindsay vanish?
I'm right here.
Okay. And so somebody said, where's Lindsay? Okay. And we've got the Project for Awesome puzzle. There's lots of exclusive Project for Awesome, like specific merchandise, and all that stuff only exists during the Project for Awesome. And then never again. So you have to get them now. The other thing is that as that number goes up, when we hit every $25,000, I pop one of the balloons that's behind me, and the balloons have a task that I can't. I'm sorry that I burped into the stream, everybody. I apologize. The foam coins are sold out, but there were 400 of them. That doesn't seem right. And so I'm very excited, and I hope that we hit another one of those before it's time for me to go. But if I go, we do still have tomorrow for me to pop some more balloons. And the other thing is that the money that is raised during the second half of the Project for Awesome gets distributed up between all of the different charities that we, as a community, vote on at projectforawesome.com. So there you can find people who have made videos to talk about the work that these different organizations do to make the world a better place. And so you go to projectforawesome.com, and you can sort by things you might be interested in: global health, education, medicine, etc. And then you can go through and find organizations you might want to vote for. They sold out like multiple hours ago, within an hour. Well, thank you. I did not. That was very fast, everyone. You really wanted those silly little coins. Yeah, and so the top like 20 or 30, depending on how much money we raise, charities will get a portion of the money that we raised, and that's going to be about $20,000. One of the things that has happened, I do want to introduce you to during this time, is my little friend Crank Green. He is a man who is a crab. Can you see him?
This is incredible.
It's me as a crab, and I have to keep my head very still, and I've ruined it. Hold on, there I am again. Okay, this is all I can make happen. Yeah, one of the little pieces, one of the little tasks I had was I had to pretend to be a crab, and I had to do a good job of it. And everybody got really interested in me being a crab. So this was created, and now I can be a crab whenever I want to be. It's like a TikTok filter, but I made it myself.
Potentially like a question of are aliens gonna be crabs? Because that's a thing in nature, right? Cancerification.
Yes.
Everything kind of turns into a crab eventually. And then the question is that true of all planets?
It must be, right? Like if it's a form that works, evolutionary biology, right?
Yeah, because that's the thing.
Imagine like on Europa, just crabs everywhere. Like that's the first thing you find when it comes to aliens, just crabs on Europa.
I mean, deep sea vents on here on the Earth, they got crabs.
Not heard of.
They got weird
it's
crabs.
A possibility. I can see the link.
They got Yeti crabs, which are very weird, which we only discovered fairly recently. I was recently reading a book in which well, I actually can't tell you what book it was because it would be a spoiler. But I was reading a book in which the aliens are kind of crab-like.
Was it Project Hail Mary?
That
was a good book. Yeah, I should read it. They're really
I gotta
little
show you
crab-like.
Yeti crabs. So I'm going to show you a picture of a very good crab. That didn't work. Stupid. Why when I download pictures from the internet now, it's like this is a WebP. What the hell is a WebP? I don't want a WebP. I want a JPEG. Do I look like I know what a WebP is? This is a Yeti crab. I don't know if you can see the whole thing when there's 3 of us here. And the reason the Yeti crabs have a bunch of hairs on them, and those hairs are just made of chitin, so they're all of the normal, like just the stuff that a crab exoskeleton is made out of. But the hairs allow bacteria to grow on them. I think it's bacteria. It's some tiny organism. And the bacteria are able to metabolize the weird stuff that is all around the hydrothermal vents and turn it into a it's kitty time, everybody. Hashtag kitty time, hashtag Project Frost, and post it on the internet. And then they just like, so the bacteria are able to metabolize they do the chemosynthesis and turn the weird chemicals in the water into actual energy. And then the crabs eat the bacteria off their weird chitin skin. I love them. That's a Yeti crab. Glad I could introduce you all to them. Will they be on other planets? Probably. Yeah.
Well,
we haven't turned into crabs though. And it might be nice to not be so soft.
Well, I feel like our form of bipedalism is rare because it's like not the best. And
yeah.
My back hurts.
Mine too.
Literally, I don't think kangaroos have that problem.
They seem fine. Well, but they are also bipedal.
Yeah, but they have tails.
Why don't we have big tails? Why can't I jump fast?
Yeah, it's like usually bipedal animals have like tails, which balances their center of gravity. So they probably don't have back pain like we do. Probably.
Why don't we have tails? Kirsten, you know about space.
Yeah.
I don't know much about tails though. Pretty sure I stopped doing biology when I could in year 10. I'm sorry, Hank.
Oh man, I could. Yeah, that's the traditional path. Biology is too hard. Let's do astrophysics instead.
I think there's something to that because, like, you know, it's like astrophysics could be just like more math and straightforward, where biology is like.
I mean, look, I understand stars. Don't ask me about people. I cannot understand.
Oh
people.
yeah, no,
don't
that's
ask her about
definitely
tails.
True. Yeah, don't ask me about tails. Especially don't ask me about people's tails because now I'm just getting uncomfortable.
Well, as we know, evolution is very, you know, lazy and utilitarian.
Yes.
And if you're not using something, you lose it.
That's true.
So that's, you know, apes lost their tails because we were just too big to be in trees, so we just didn't need them.
I do have to say, like, it may be that back pain is the like thing that is most broken with this system.
Yeah.
As a person with it.
Yeah, and we weren't supposed to live that long, you know.
That's
so
true. But like, I don't know, 40 is not that old. We're supposed to be hit to 40. That's totally reasonable. I shouldn't have this much achy in my shoulder. Oh man. Biology was incredibly hard, so I chose astrophysics.
Yeah.
Do we need tail prosthetics? No, I think that would mess our backs up even more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we just like it only works if your center of gravity is kind of like forward.
Kangaroo-y. I mean, kangaroos.
Or bird-like. Bird, I think birds are where it's at. Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
You know, dinosaurs are basically just like flat. They probably they probably slept really good. They didn't need Tempur-Pedic.
No.
I just bought a $5,000 mattress. Okay, 4,000, but still, like.
I need a new mattress.
Yeah, don't buy purple; it's garbage.
Okay, thank you. Someone tell me what kind of mattress to buy, because I know nothing.
Well, do you like memory foam?
I don't know. I've never tried it. How do you? This is the problem with mattresses, Lindsay.
Well, you
This
go
is
to
how
the
they get
mattress
you.
store
And lay on a bunch of mattresses,
You lay
but
on a
that's
bunch
not a night. I have to sleep on it. And then they're like, you
says
can bring it
true.
back after if you don't like it after. I'm like, no, I can, but I won't.
Yeah,
I know
you
me.
know I'm not going to. It's just like
I'm not gonna do that.
the Paramount Plus free trial I just got.
yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
I know-
cancel
I
it
know
before
what's
7
going on.
days. I know how you. And it's so easy too. They don't even ask for your password anymore. They're just like, sweet free trial, it's all yours, baby. You don't even need to know how I got your payment information.
Don't worry about it. It's just out there. We've got it. We've got everything. The Russians shared it with us.
Yeah, but no, I guess I like memory foam because I find I have less pain with it.
Yeah.
But also, there's like different levels of memory foam. Some are squishier than others.
Yeah. My mattress is old
Yeah.
enough that memory foam wasn't really a thing yet. But my son's mattress, because he just got a mattress because he's 5 and he didn't have one before, that's memory foam. And I freaking love it when I'm in there. But I haven't slept on it. I mean, except for like short stretches when I just fall asleep, putting him to bed. But
yeah, no, I got a floor model like 10 years ago. And that was like one of the first things I financed. You know, like, and so like I guess I kind of went all in on Tempur-Pedic, but now I needed a king size. But you know, I was just like, you know what, screw it. I can speak from experience. They do last a long time, and if you have back pain, they do help. Yeah, not Sleep Number. Sleep Number's bad.
Okay. All right, man. I'm in.
I just thought purple was terrible. I was, you know, and again, it was like one of those things where they're like, you could send it right back, but of course, by the time you unfurl it and try it, you're like, wow, this is awful. But I'm not gonna send it back. this is just where I live now. So
this is now I'm just gonna live with my terrible decision.
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's great to know. I will take all of just hashtag mattress for Hank on Twitter. Please give me your mattress advice.
Yeah, just buy the most expensive one.
Yeah. Did you have a mattress opinion, Kirsten?
Yeah. How was it mattresses in Australia?
Well, the last mattress that I bought was this stingy old one for like just $150 because I was a poor student. I don't have it anymore because I adopted my partner's much nicer mattress.
Yes.
So that's the secret. Just get a boyfriend that has an expensive mattress.
Yeah, or finance it.
I think my wife would be unhappy about that idea. That when I moved to Montana, my mattress I got from the alley.
See, I thought it was going to be like the Goodwill, but no, it was worse.
No, yeah, and it had like big stains on it, and everything. Like it was like, oh, yep, that's a mattress with a bunch of stains on it, and I slept on that for like 4 years.
Damn. It's got character, Hank. It's got character.
It had character, and I was very convinced that the best thing that I could do for me would be to spend, well, and at the time, now that I'm thinking about it, that was the right thing to do. Just the least amount of money possible. $500 a month for rent, $0 for the mattress, and just make it happen.
And live in a low cost of living place.
At the moment, not anymore.
Oh yeah, this is the same. Like it's kind of the same everywhere, isn't it? Like I was talking to my cousin the other day. He lives in Knoxville, Tennessee, and he says that like
Knoxville, totally.
That, you know, it's like one of the housing market is like fastest growingest places because everybody's remote working now, and says that like the value of his house has doubled in like the last 3 years. It's insane.
Yeah,
and it's bad because it, you know. No. I wonder why the homelessness crisis is getting worse. Why could it be?
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird to be in a place where that, I mean, it's a small town. And so like 100 people move here and you kind of run out of houses. So
yeah,
the construction of new homes has not kept up the pace with that. And it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Super frustrating.
Seems like a good opportunity to be mad at Dave Chappelle.
I mean, wow. Speaking of cringe, that was Kirsten has no idea what we're talking about again.
I've heard the name before, but yeah, I'm lost.
Stay innocent. Stay pure. Stay pure, Kirsten. Don't go on Netflix. Or they may not even have it on Australian Netflix.
Man, Lindsay sure is on Twitter for someone who's not on Twitter.
Well, no, I mean, Dave Chappelle's been controversial for a minute. Like,
yeah, but like that specific thing where he
but that thing was everywhere.
Did it go everywhere? Well,
yeah, like
I guess
I do
maybe
watch
I'm
Philip
only on
DeFranco every day or every 3 days, and like
you gotta
and then there was a bunch of like development apologia, like it was just just one of those things where it's just like everyone looks like an asshole, no matter what side you're on. So probably a good thing just not to say anything.
Yeah. Indeed. I kept my mouth. I think I kept my mouth shut about it. I only yelled at Catherine about it.
Yeah. It's like now's a great time not to tweet.
Oh, man.
I'm just like so many of like the bad.
I mean, I have wanted to tweet some things this weekend. I have to say, I've been like really sort of Project for Awesome focused, and I've drafted a couple of tweets where I was like, I can't tweet this because like I need to be focused on the Project for Awesome, which has been good because there have been some really terrible takes.
I was like when we were off the air, I read my favorite bad take that I've seen in the last like 6 hours, and it was just like
really bad.
Yeah, and these are like, and it was like all blue checks too. It's just like
people who should know,
professional writers for publications you've actually heard of.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, we're running close to the end of our time here, y'all. I am going to give up my seat soon to a guest host as well. But I really appreciate you two hanging out, chat with me a little bit, even though we didn't get to talk that much, because there was a lot of technical difficulty in the beginning of it. So I'm glad to have tweeted less than I otherwise would have, but I've also tweeted less about the Project for Awesome because it's a good time. Project for Awesome, I feel good about it, but I don't necessarily feel like I need to be happy on main all the time right now when it's a pretty difficult time for a lot of people.
It's weird.
Like a little bit moderated from how I usually am on Twitter.
The Weeknd just is releasing like an album or something, and like as the invasion was happening, he tweeted, "Let's go!" It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yikes. Was that a scheduled tweet? It looks like it was very unfortunate.
Yeah. Yep. Every time there's a large global catastrophe, there is always somebody who's coming out with a book that day, and you just I mean, I remember always being very worried my 2 publication days being terrified that, and it's like, it makes perfect sense that people would be focused on something else, but like, you don't want it. And it like, what a like self-centered thing, but like, it's also very normal to be like, I don't want my book to come out on the day that that will live in infamy.
Just think like somebody's doofy romance novel came out on Tuesday, and just bad timing.
Yeah. Mink Car by the MP Giants, the album, great album, came out 2001 on September, like the day after the 10th. So that was a bit of a slammed against the wall, and nobody paid a lot of attention to an album coming out on September 11th. So that would be the worst release day for a piece of media. But obviously.
Was it Zoolander came out that week?
Oh my God. But we still talk about it.
Yeah,
so
but
it
bombed when it came out. I was like, Zoolander and The Emperor's New Groove were 2 movies that just like got slaughtered by 9/11. Like the only casualties of 9/11. And it's
the worst thing
the worst thing that happened.
Yeah.
And it's just like people kind of caught wise eventually, but there was definitely a few like unfortunate timings.
Yeah.
That were.
I love Emperor's New Groove. That's maybe my very favorite. Is it a Disney movie? I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it
Disney.
is.
It doesn't feel Disney, but it is.
Feels a little not Disney. Yeah.
Feels very like classic Warner Brothers. It doesn't feel DreamWorks to me at all.
Yeah. Interesting. We just hit $2.65 million, so that is a great time to be ready to hand my hand my wand over to my next host. Thank you to Kirsten and Lindsay for hanging out. I appreciate seeing both of you. I like you very much, and I hope that we get to chat soon, all of us.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day. And I am going to head over to our Tiltify and look at where we're at. So we have 2.6 total raised. We've also got 1.437 one. I don't even know how to say that. $1,437,000 raised on the Tiltify. So total. Does that mean that it's balloon time? I don't think it is balloon time. And we have to get to. I mean, I could just do it, just because I might as well, right? Like, maybe I'll wait and see. So first of all, what I'm going to do to start is I'm going to start to read some things, some notes from people who have donated. So if you want to go donate, if you want to get a bunch of cool stuff, you got the digital download bundle. You can get some of my confetti. That's still available. My little coins sold out, but the confetti, that's still around. And this is what you'll get a little thing of confetti, and you'll get to be part of the celebration. You open it up, and confetti will fall out, and you'll think, "Oh, that was a nice little moment for me." And then you can get Dear Catherine and Sarah. You can get the commemorative coin. You can get the pressed pennies. You can get the digital download bundle, which has Dear Catherine and Sarah, and it has the exclusive Dear Hank and John. It has the Dad Cast with Travis and Hank. It has probably some movie commentaries that I don't know about. It definitely has John's cookbook. And Hank, if you won't do it now, you won't do the balloon tonight, says Hagai. Maybe I'll hang out with Brennan for a little while. Look, I don't know. People need to go and donate. This is the rules. We need to raise $13,000. Maybe I'll hang out until we raise $13,000 and I'll pop a balloon, okay? But we need to do it. And also I need to see if people think that they could beat 6 Pelicans in a fight. That's also an important thing. No, you don't. $11,000 if people think that they can't, whereas $4,000 if people think that they can. And I think you're wrong. I think you could do it. I think if you were properly motivated, you could take on that Pelican. Anyway, I'm sorry that I cannot provide the Hank Green Pelican burlesque show, science boylesque show. I just can't. You know why? I don't think aliens would need mattresses. It's wild that we do. You know why I can't do that? It's because if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to think, yes, I definitely can. Absolutely. Of course I could. Of course I could do that. But then it's going to take me absolutely forever to actually get it done. And then I'd want to do it really well. And it would take me like 4 years before I actually got it done. And everybody who got the prick would be mad at me. I can't do that. Anonymous got the digital download bundle as a gift for their sister who's on the other side of the world and having a bad day. That's unfortunate. Heather says, I got the digital download bundle and I'm hoping this gets us to balloon time. Project for Awesome has been a wonderful reminder. I'm peaking like crazy right now. I turned myself way up because I felt like, I don't know, I was being quiet. So Brennan Lee Mulligan will be joining us soon. Brennan is the dungeon master of Dimension 20, and also he's a comedian. He's just a lovely guy. Oh, where's the morph suit? Great question. Oh, it turns out there's a number of things that I haven't done. Dang it. I want to pop one of those balloons and I really want it to be the Beanana. Because one thing I know about the Beanana is I don't want to eat it tomorrow. Right? I hadn't thought about that. I don't want to eat the Beanana tomorrow. It'll have been sitting around for a day. It's open. Oh no. Finally, in a place to support the Project for Awesome. Been watching for years. Thank you, John and Hank and Oliver and Piteria. That's from Catherine, who got the commemorative coin. Avery says, you definitely can't beat 6 Pelicans in a fight, but 6 Pelicans can't donate to charity. Tori says, I just want one more balloon before I go to bed. Also, I could definitely take 6 Pelicans. And Risham and Danish Danish says, for the balloon. Kate says, happy to contribute again this year. Really admire the good that you're doing for the world. And confetti, it's a parade. Says, thanks for everything that you do to the Green Brothers and got the confetti. Obviously, they got the confetti. Tyler says, in times when where it seems impossibly difficult to find hope, I turn to the Green Brothers and to this community. I find it a little bit more possible, and got the "We're Here Before Because We're Here" postcards. Kevin, Pam, and Isaac all got the Project for Awesome hoodie. They're going to share it, I guess. I'm oddly excited to have Lindsay Ellis on stream while we get listed as matching donor. Hey, that's cool. Thanks for being matching donors. Thanks for dropping into the stream, Lindsay. Lindsay's gone now, but maybe she's listening. I'm here because Brennan Lee Mulligan told me to be here, says Matthew Michael. Welcome to the Project for Awesome. If people are joining me because Brennan tweeted about this, this is the Project for Awesome live stream. Project for Awesome is a yearly charity event that we've been doing since 2007. So this is the 15th annual Project for Awesome. And we raise money for charities, and it's two different ways. During the first half, which is done now, we just give our money to Save the Children and Partners in Health, two really wonderful organizations. During the second, we raise money, and then we split the money between charities that we vote for at projectforawesome.com. So people make videos promoting the organizations and talking about the work that those organizations do. And then you can go watch those videos and vote for the ones that you think could use $20,000, because that's about how much we will be giving to those organizations, depending on the amount of money that we raise total. We are now at $440,000, so we have $10,000 before I can pop a balloon. Trisha says, hey, pop a balloon. Oh, last one last one. Look, maybe I'll pop one now, and then I'll pop another one at 1.45. How about that? Let's pop one now, and then let's do one at 1.45. Where is my thumbtack? Because I can't pop a balloon without a thumbtack. There it is. I just put it on my desk, like just hoping maybe I'll find it. Should I do this one? Does that one look like it says banana? No. Let's do this one. Let's do the tallest one and pray to God that it's the banana. I don't want, like, the thing is, I'm going to have to eat the banana at some point. I don't want to do it tomorrow when it's a day old banana. We got people who growling. All right, let's pop the balloon. Oh, my mic. Oh my God, I'm sorry. That was probably loud. Okay, let's hope that I find the thing after it falls. Again, completely disappeared. Where is it? Oh, it was again stuck inside of the balloon. Oh my gosh. Ah! Banana! Oh my God, my mic. Okay, let's tighten this boy up. Well, I actually can't. Well, I can, but I can't do it easily. Well, we're just gonna have to hope and pray. We got the banana, everybody. Where did I put it? Hello, everyone. I'm back. This right here is a device that allows you to take out the middle of something and replace it with something else. It's supposed to be used to take out the middle of a banana and replace it with like Nutella or honey or fluff or something. I've used it to take the middle of a banana out and replace it with baked beans, specifically Dr. Pepper baked beans. And I've covered it in saran wrap. Oh, it's goopy. Where's my trash can? No. Okay. Okay. We're now so we're now $8,000 away from popping another balloon, but we're very lucky. At least oh my gosh. I'm very lucky, he says, that I get to eat this banana All right, everybody. Tell your friends wherever you're at. I've got a banana that's full of baked beans. Dr. Pepper baked beans. Super cursed. Gonna get a paper towel out just in case I drool or need to spit it out. Yeah, Dr. Pepper baked beans are a thing that exists. I've actually got some over there because I was thinking about stuffing them into a corn dog later, which maybe I will do. I don't know. Does Brendan want me to hang out for a while? I don't know. Here, I did this a long time ago, which now I'm really regretting because, of course, the banana has bruised in the area where I cored it, which is going to make it extra gross. So I got the beans in it. So yesterday I had a hard time figuring out how to shove beans into a corn dog's butt. And I figured out that you had to preload them into. So this is the device, and this is where the stuff comes out. So I had to actually stuff the beans in here. Boop, 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 boop. And that way I could actually get the beans to go in the banana, not just the bean juice, which is the problem I had last night. So you can go ahead and turn this off if you don't want to watch a grown man eat a banana full of Dr. Pepper baked beans, or you can watch. Those are your choices. And I'm gonna and also you can donate so I can pop another balloon, like Adil just did, who said, I've been part of this community since 2010. Thanks, Charlie. First time actually being able to donate. You've taught me to imagine others complexly and shaped the person I am today. Thank you, DFTBA. And I can't say it as we say in Turkish. And got the digital download bundle. Hanging Brennan on Taskmaster 2022 is something that I can definitely vote for. Alex Horn, are you watching? Are you watching? Please make this happen for me. All right, 12:01. I'm going to eat this freaking banana. It looks quite gross. It smells bad too. But it's beans. You know, it's not like anything I've ever had before. It is really different from anything I've ever had before. Hello, Brennan. I don't know if you've seen yet, but I'm eating a banana full of Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper baked beans. Yes, I'm right there. I'm right there with you.
So if you could get people to donate somehow, give me any ideas you have. We do have another thing, $7,000 from now, where I'd like to pop another balloon and do one more thing before I leave you on your own.
Amazing. Perfect. So we got a bunch of rewards. I'm happy to share in Dimension 20 show factoids. I could also make money. We could make you a D&D character and let money give you magic items and cool stuff for your D&D character.
He's just riffing. You're just coming up with stuff. Do you have any? I don't know if we worked with you to get any rewards specific to you.
You do. So there's personal thank you. There's 5 personal thank you videos. There's actually a bunch of quite cool merch. So there's a signed Boggy plush. Actually, that went earlier today. There is a Death's Avenged mug. There are 6 Bad Kid enamel pins. We also have some dropout merch. We have some limited edition signed by the entire cast Dimension 20 Wormwood dice tray and Dimension 20 Wormwood dice vault. And then the sort of coolest one is there is a beautiful set of metallic level up dice that are not merch at all. They were wrap gifts for Escape from the Blood Keep. They're cast wrap gifts. So this would be a signed. This is so limited edition that it's not even an edition at all. It's not even merch at all. It's actual Escape from the Blood Keep so cool. Cast gift.
I want that. So Brennan, I just ate my banana. It was a banana that was stuffed full of baked beans. Every bite had more than one baked bean in it. They
Sure.
tasted like baked beans. The banana was ripe, maybe a little on the edge of being too ripe.
Gamey. It's a gamey nana.
Well, and the other thing that was occurring is that I filled the banana with beans many hours ago, and so it was bruised because of how I shoved a thing into it. So it that part of it was, but like I have to tell you, the texture of the banana and the texture of the beans was different, but not contrasting in an unpleasant way. The sweetness of the beans and the sweetness of a banana were two different flavors, but not contrasting in an unpleasant way. Like if it had been full of mustard, that would have been bad. But
Sure.
I took the first bite and it was like a little bit, it was a significant sensorial experience. Like it wasn't nothing. Like I felt it. It was weird.
Yeah.
But like halfway through, it just became a banana. Like it was a normal thing for a person to eat.
So here's the sort of the make or break, right? Here's the question.
Yeah.
Would you, at some point in the future, I won't go so far as to say, would you seek out bananas in the future?
Sure.
Let's say a banana.
I think that's a no. I think that if because it's not easy, like it was a bit of a process to make the banana. Like I definitely wouldn't do it again just because it's like it was work.
For sure.
Like if I'm gonna work that hard on a dish, it won't be a banana.
I'm talking like you're walking down the street, there's a hot nuts cart, and past the hot nuts cart, there's a man saying, "Get your fresh hot bananas right here."
Yeah.
$2 gets you a banana, pre-beaned. No fuss, no much. As far as you're concerned, these bananas grew with the beans already in them.
Yeah.
Do you get out your wallet and fork over $2? Or if you're like in Times Square, it could be like $5. Do you fork that over to get a banana? Was the experience that pleasant?
I think I might get a banana again.
It feels great. I mean, starch, protein, there's a lot, you know, you got your potassium.
Yeah.
That's a power meal.
I thought it was going to be really I thought it was going to be one of the worst things I did that was in the balloons. I mean, now I wish I had put mustard in the thing so that it would have been actually bad. Like mustard in a banana would have been bad, but the beans in a banana, it sounds bad because like beans are supposed to be a little savory, but they were Dr. Pepper baked beans, so they just taste like candy.
Incredible.
In the original sense of the term.
Yes. Difficult to extend credit. Yes, absolutely. Amazing.
So do you know what else you can do with a banana loca? Banana loca. Crazy banana. Do you know what else you can do with one?
Now you're holding up this device in front of me with an assumed degree of familiarity on my part that I don't share. Everything about that device is every piece of its silliness only makes it that much more menacing. You understand? That's a menacing contraption. Get that? What? Okay, so this is a banana loca. What does it say on the ad copy for where you actually buy that device?
Let me read to you the website. It says, Banana Loca. Make snack time fun. Core and fill bananas while still in their peel. Watch how to use fun in the kitchen for the whole family. Join the Banana Loca community at My Banana Loca. Here are some Banana Loca recipes. Gotta give me a little more. Where's my about page? Our story. Let's see their story. How did Banana Loca come about? Well, for years, best friends, maybe more than that, best friends, Bakara and Renee, frequented invention trade shows, and shared cool gadget finds. One fruitful day, when Bakara was talking about eating Nutella and bananas as a child in Lebanon, Renee commented about how her 15 nieces and nephews all love banana slices with peanut butter, and the idea of Banana Loca was born. You know, I want a trade show friend. I want like a gadget trade show friend who I go to all the gadget trade shows with.
It's beautiful. It's a big world to venture into without
A friend,
a friend,
best friend.
and perhaps more. Perhaps more.
They both look very cute.
Oh, lovely.
There was nothing like it on the market. I'm so shocked.
You're not gonna believe it. I've seen the biggest hole in the market I've ever seen in my life. Where's the banana filling market out here? We're gonna catch them with their pants down.
Yeah. There's nothing like it on the market. Bananas are just inherently funny, right? Just saying the word seems to make people smile. My son likes to say bananu instead of banana, which is even funnier. So they decided to make the Banana Loca a reality. The thought of the Banana Loca helping families have fun in the kitchen while giving their tummies something yummy is everything to them. It's everything to them. It is more important than friendship, than love, than the biosphere.
I'm not gonna lie. I have been doing my best to follow you on this journey, but the truth is, I lost an important piece of my mind when you said the Banana Loca community. That's really where a just full chunk of my identity.
I am about to join the Banana Loca community.
Look, I spend a good 2 to 3 hours a day, every day in the Banana Loca forums. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of moving pieces out here. Okay, just the idea of it, and like if I know this person is potentially real out there, but but it's just like part of that idea of how impossibly complex and wonderfully, like, beautifully bizarre the world gets, that there's someone who's like, my life was in a bad place and I didn't like who I was. And then I found the Banana Loca community. And I turned it all around. That person could exist. And if they are, they're a beautiful soul, but it does take a piece of your mind, and you're like, someone found a home in the Banana Loca community. Someone is in that product's Discord server or Reddit finding a potential future spouse. And that is hard to grapple with.
Yeah. Yeah. I like how the illustration really shows the drip of the flavoring coming out of the tip of the banana. And also that the banana seems to be drooling just a little bit. He's a very happy man. He's got a lot of those like energy bars around him that just shows the extent to which he's just glowing with pleasure and radiating joy.
If I was in the creative meeting for that, I would have called out with that facial expression. I probably would have been like, are we hedging into lobotomy? He's got, like, are we hedging into, I don't think people are going to think that we lobotomized the banana. But
a little bit. We did cut off the top of his
head, and there's just a
eyes
comparison.
Are different sizes.
His eyes are actually one organ now. He sort of
like
has
Sonic.
He's got a double pupiled eye with a little cleavage furrow in the middle, like it's about to mitosis itself. But it is one. It's one eye. It's one double pupil eye.
Yeah.
Boy,
so do you want to join the Banana Loca community with me in a very special way?
Boy, howdy. Yeah, I do. Oh my God.
So here's how the Banana Loca works. First, you take the stick out of your corn dog. Then you take the corer out of the Banana Loca. Then you shove the corer up the ass of your corn dog. There's not really a better way to say it. And then And then you have to tell Brennan Lee Mulligan and the whole Project for Awesome audience that they ran out of regular corn dogs at the grocery store today. And so you got a chili cheese corn dog. So that's an important piece of information because I've never had a chili cheese corn dog because I'm a purist and I don't know what's about to happen when I shove this thing into this thing's ass.
I just want the viewing audience at home to know this is our first face-to-face interaction.
We've never met. No,
This is our
I've watched
first-
his content. That's
watched watched your content. Enormous fan, and now you've said corn dog ass twice to me.
And then you twist the core because it has a little flare at the end where it flares in, and that allows it to grab onto the hot dog. And then you pull it out and you pray, there's something in there. And then you take this, which I can only call the reamer, and you push it up and you see how much of the hot dog you got, which is
Don't extrude it out of the. You got to give a warning if you're gonna poop out.
what did you think was gonna happen?
I thought you would tastefully do it off camera. But no, all for the content, eh? You're gonna frighten me with your pooping corn dog in front of all these viewers.
Oh, that's very chili cheesy, actually.
Now, is that prepared? Did you microwave that, or are you just rocking that cold?
It was warm at one point.
Wow.
It isn't anymore. I don't know that I got enough out. That's a lot of spice
To actually do it. I bet I could DIY. I
I don't think you could. Watch this first before you decide that you can do that because it's
Okay.
pretty complicated, actually.
Gotcha.
I love the idea that you want to.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I got more. Do you want
You
me to
got it?
tastefully do it off camera, or should I just shove it right out?
Do it more aggressively than you did the first time. Do it right at the accusatorily.
It's too late now. I already did it. All right. Now, wow, chili cheese corn dog is pretty good. So now this is the I don't know, hopper. Like I don't know what else to call it. And you put usually some Nutella, or actually let's just it's hard for me to
Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
Let's leave my little webcam down here. Oh, it fell over.
Mhm.
I hit the screen share button. Oh, where is it? This one? This one. There we go. Okay.
Ooh.
So so you put your Nutella or something in there, you
Mhm.
push it in, and then you squeeze it out until it's just coming out the tip here. And
Okay.
then you put the corn dog / banana on, and
Mhm.
then you let the filling push it out as it fills the thing you are filling. The problem is we did this last night, and we've discovered that when you put if you put baked beans in here, the baked beans don't go up here, just the juice goes up, and then you get like a mash of baked beans all around. So I figured out what to do about this. I'll be right back. I have to get my baked beans.
Yes, I'll vamp until you're back.
What else?
So hey to everyone watching. I think I can do this with my bare hands, and I know that Hank feels like I can't do it with my bare hands, but I'm actually positive that I could. So I think I'd be great at it. So I just want everyone to know that. Okay, so bean problem. We had a bean issue.
Yeah.
Only juice. How did it get resolved? What was the fix?
So the fix is you put the beans one at a time down the front. And you use this little thing that they handily give you, which fits right inside. Look at this. And
You
shove
have-
the beans down like it's a musket, and you're in the War of 1812.
I was just about to say you've reverse engineered like tall ship cannon warfare to load your banana loca with beans.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. I'm right there with you, man.
So I did this earlier to make the banana, and it took a little bit of time, I have to say. It was also quite messy. So you really have to sort of just jam them in there, and then just shove them in. But it's all gonna be worth it, Brendan, because at the end of it, I'm gonna have a corn dog with baked beans in it.
It's so this is the perfect expression of the like
Of what?
it's a
I
perfect
can't wait to find out the rest of the sentence.
this is a perfect expression of the need to innovate past the point of reason, right? Of the idea,
right.
the idea of like someone saw a person taking a banana and getting a butter knife and spreading some peanut butter on it and making a beautiful snack for themselves. Maybe they put some raisins on it. Maybe there was, maybe
it was like, that's not good enough for me.
Someone was like, you're a sucker. And the way you're doing this makes me truly upset to watch. You're just spreading peanut butter on the outside of the banana.
Oh,
no. What happened?
Well, I didn't have the thing all the way squished down, so I've just been pushing beans all the way through into the hopper, so I have to do it all over again.
Okay,
but continue.
Minor setback. No, but the idea of a relationship to like it's a thing that you see like some tech bro parts of culture where someone's like, we have solved this problem, and the thing in this problem is not a thing that any human being would say is a problem,
which is, I mean, that is definitely the Banana Loca experience.
Like, we've solved it finally. No more putting peanut butter on the outside of the banana. All you have to
injure the banana gravely and then give it to your child to have a broken up banana that's just had a lot of terrible things occur to it.
It's
at
perfect.
School later.
But it's that thing of like, sometimes you'll be in like there's an institution. I always thought of it with rules. Like, if you're in an institution and there's a rule that seems really overly specific, it's like, don't run near the pool, and it's like, don't slap the lifeguard, and you go like, that's a story. Who slapped the lifeguard? I think you can do the same thing with inventions. Like, you look at this Banana Loca and you're like, who was the dude who loved peanut butter bananas so much?
Right. He wanted it. He just wanted it to be the perfect experience. Or like, you love the taste, but you don't like the idea of like maybe getting it on your hands.
Yeah, someone's like, okay, I love peanut butter bananas, but I was cursed as a child by a powerful witch to always drop whatever I'm holding peanut butter side down. So these two things don't come together, and I got to figure out a way to make them go. Yeah. And thus the Banana Loca was born.
Well, what I didn't like was the origin story to me didn't encompass like what I would think. Where it's just like, we were just two buds who loved to go to trade shows, and we had to come up with something to sell you assholes. So it's this.
Listen, me and my beloved best friend needed to throw some red meat to you snarling wolves. So that's that. From thence was the Banana Loca born.
Brandon Lee Mulligan, my fingers are so sticky.
I believe it. This is the thing is I'm looking, but again, like are baked beans on the list of what they sort of consider?
Oh no.
We're off the map, right? So we voided the warranty on the Banana Loca.
So now what I'm doing is I'm putting just sauce, or like close to just sauce, in the hopper to push the beans through. Because the bean cannon is loaded. And I can't wait to eat this goddamn chili cheese corn dog. I've been waiting to eat it all day.
All right. The flavor profile, I'm really excited for whatever the flavor profile of this is going to be.
Okay. Right on there, as deep as I can go. And then it's a little top heavy when you've actually got the, ooh. And then just, you got to try and it's supposed to let it push it out. Oh, yep, it's moving on its own.
Okay.
The pressure, I can feel the pressure inside of it. It's going.
Okay.
Here
we go.
I think we're full of, well, it's dripping out the back. So
it's really upsetting. The whole proboscis situation, just truly alarming.
All right, I got a paper towel to hold it with, because that seems necessary. And then my desk is a mess. Let's see how much money we've raised at projectforawesome.com/donate, Brennan.
I see folks saying balloon in the chat.
Oh, it's balloon time.
People are saying balloon.
Do you know about balloon time?
There are various milestones contained within the balloons themselves. These helium spheres contain our destiny, our fortune.
They contain our destiny. That's right. So we're gonna have to wait on the corn dog.
Suspense.
And I got to get my thumbtack out. Now there's one thing in the balloon that I can't do, because I used all of my supplies, all of my bananas already.
Gotcha.
But there's one that I can. So
Amazing.
I'm taking this and I'm seeing what it contains. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Now the problem is that the thing goes flying and I can never find it. Every time I can't find it. That's not true. Several times I have been able to find it immediately, but I do not see it now.
I was studying your...
Oh, it is this one. It flew all the way over there. You can do this one with me.
Amazing.
It says, it's from Anonymous. It says, do the Macarena very slowly.
Okay.
Can I do the Macarena at all?
If you
have you started?
I've started. I'm doing it right now. And I don't remember exactly how the Macarena goes, but I know that if I do it slowly enough, I kind of can't get it wrong. So I'm doing the Macarena on what I would say is a geological scale of time. This is a very, and if it needs to speed up, it can, but that very was really emphasized. That person wanted us to go very slowly.
Say very, very slowly. I think that it starts like this.
Right? It's one hand up.
And then this.
And then the other hand comes up. And then do we go palms up or do you do the cross first?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You go palms up and then it comes back. And then head. That's right. Head.
Both hands at once?
Both hands at once, yes. And then they come down. Hold on. I'm going to lean in closer, back out. And then I have a strong urge to go into the YMCA, but that's an unrelated dance.
Then you just do this. And then you very slowly jump to the side. And then that's probably enough
to do the Macarena very, very slowly.
That was our slowest Macarena. Someone says online cult vibes.
Yes, for sure. I remember the Macarena sweeping the nation when I was
How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay. So I'm older than you, but you would have been pretty little then.
I remember in elementary school, and sure. I remember being like, well, if this is music, count me out. And I was like, well, if you're all going to be singing and dancing to this song, I'm going to hide under a picnic table and read Redwall books. And that's exactly what I did.
I think that you go from, there's like a hugging yourself thing that we missed.
Yeah, there is some hugging yourself thing, but I remember the dance was I feel like that dance, I've never seen kids and teachers agree so much that something was good before, because kids love to do it. And teachers
were like, you're doing something
that's not actively harmful. Great, man. Music teachers, any gym teachers, I feel like everyone dined out on the Macarena for a long time, baby.
Yeah. I bet they're still trying to make it work with some age groups. Okay, so now it is time. There's a little hair on it, of course, to complete the all important process that I have been trying to figure out how to make this happen for 24 hours now, and I'm going to make it
Yes.
happen. It's time.
Yes.
Beans.
First flavored note. First note you're getting is beans.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Hard to miss, right?
You know, Brennan, I think it'd be better if it weren't cold, but it's very cold. But other than that, it's got chili cheese. It's a little spicy. It's got Dr. Pepper. It's got baked beans. It's got crunchy corn batter, deep fried.
You can't miss. I mean, carnival food, anything, it's two great tastes that taste great together. Corn dog is an American classic. Anything like,
oh my God, it's so good.
Wow. No, wait a minute. You're saying Dr. Pepper baked beans. Does Dr. Pepper release a branded can of baked beans? Well, I'll be damned. I've seen it all.
Yeah. I mean, so Dr. Pepper and his best friend was just going to a bunch of trade shows. And they'd seen all kinds of different beans. They were going to all these bean shows. Mm-hmm. And they were best friends, and they finally one day they decided that there was something that they could bring to the market.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, I love corn dogs. So like I'm biased, but like this is really good.
I'm not gonna lie. I've entered a state of hunger watching you enjoy your bean dog that I would do anything to have a bean filled corn dog right now. I am falling into a vortex in the center of my own mind, thinking about how much I want to eat a bean filled corn dog right
now. So if we created a version of Taskmaster, the two of us, who would be the Taskmaster and who would be Alex Horn?
God,
I have my opinion.
What's your opinion?
I think I would be Alex Horn.
In my head, I was assigning Taskmaster to you, but why do you think it would be? Why do you think it would be that way?
I think your personality is a little bigger. I'm a little like stringier. I don't know how tall you are, but I mean, Greg Davies is like 6'8", but so I don't know. I feel like I'm a little. And like I'm not as funny as you are. Like I'm just not like sort of like I'm charismatic, but not like in the same look. I'm not trying to be humble here. You're funnier than me.
Hey man, funniness is in the eye of the beholder. Number one.
You can go bigger than me, and you can go in a wider range.
You know what? If you want to get down to a very scientific thing of it, you could say that I have certainly formally studied funniness and have devoted a tremendous amount of I taught funniness at an accredited ha-ha school. And so, you know, if I have the plaque up on the wall, I'll take that W. But it's but that's a very bizarre thing in itself to try to find. I have to say, first of all, to pay back a very complimentary statement, to pay back a compliment while you menace me with a banana loca. I've been a nerd fighter since way back in the day. It's crazy that I'm here. It's crazy. I've been it's been you know, I've consumed crash course and content all over the world. And it's very funny to have an experience as teaching at a ha-ha school, because you're trying to apply these like scientific principles, much like all the science education stuff that you do, but you're trying to do it in a scene about like a gorilla who farts. And you're like, let's take this farting gorilla.
Yeah.
And really
understand it.
Really understand it. There's a lot going on here.
I have always wanted to write a book of dad jokes that's really sort of dry. So it tells the dad joke. Because there's all these like terrible books of like 503 dad jokes, and of course like 502 of them suck. So you tell just like the best dad jokes, but then you just like way overanalyze them, because that's the thing that I find most interesting about a one-liner is what is it? What happened? What did this one do? and what, and like, because there's a lot of different ways that it works. Anyway, we can't get into just dissecting humor, which I really want to do.
Why not?
But we can't do it right now because I want to do a poll.
Yes.
So at Tiltify, you can do polls. And so I'd like to ask Paula if you can. Okay, great. To add a poll to the Tiltify, who should be the Taskmaster? Should it be Hank or Brennan? With the other one being Alex Horne. And for people who haven't watched Taskmaster, there's two guys. There's the guy who actually like designs the game and is a little bit obsequious and wants to be the Taskmaster's best friend. And then there's the Taskmaster who makes all of the decisions and is is very confident and declarative and always, and whatever he says goes. What is the basic idea of the Taskmaster dynamic? Who should be the Taskmaster? Should it be me or should it be Brennan?
Hey, you know what? In our own way, we are each but a Taskmaster to our own Alex Horne, and that there are two British men inside you, and one of them is the Taskmaster and one of them is Alex Horne. And
yeah, just like there were many beans inside of that corn dog.
How many beans do you think you got in there?
I bet you could replay it and count, but I think it was probably like, because they kind of got mushed together, so I think that it ended up being quite a lot, like
with baked, 10
to 15.
The bean to bean integrity in baked beans is not that high to begin with, and when you're loading them into a device really meant for peanut butter, it's gonna. Did they wait? Not to go all the way back to Banana Loca. It's important to me. It's become important to me, and I can't rest until I know. What do they have a list of like approved banana substances?
They have a bunch of recipes, if you can believe this.
Gotcha.
And it comes out like toothpaste, where like they try and make it so that it comes out in a stripe. There's like a stripe of Hershey's syrup and a stripe of fluff.
Gotcha. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
God, I love recipes. Does every recipe start with, so you've got a banana?
So they've got 3 recipes on here. They've got, wait, don't look. And you have to tell me what you think is in the recipe.
Got it.
They've got the Curious George. What are the ingredients in the Curious George?
Okay. In the Curious George is a semi-ripe banana.
Okay.
Filled with tuna tartare and hot sauce.
That's what George would actually like, but no. I cannot wait to tell you what is in the Curious George.
What's in the Curious George?
Raspberry jam, plain Greek.
Sorry, continue. I'm already mad. Go. Sorry.
Plain Greek yogurt, 3 large mint leaves that have been chopped, and optional, 1 tablespoon of vodka.
Okay, I'm not mad anymore because yeah, that is a curious thing to eat. And this chimpanzee's whole deal is he's curious. It's his name. It's the one thing we know about him. Yeah. So if that recipe was just a banana with raspberry jam in it, I was about to pop all the way off. I was about to be like, in no world does Curious George look at some jam and a banana and go like, that ignites my curiosity. Now, a vodka soaked banana, that's curious. That's definitely you have questions. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm like, how much vodka can you get in a banana? And also it's gonna have to be gin because we can't drink vodka anymore. Fuck them. Fuck Putin. No vodka.
There we go. Exactly. There's only got a gin mint raspberry jam banana.
I can't believe the depth of wonder and joy I have discovered here on bananaloca.com.
What's recipe number 2? I'm gonna get one of them.
Is the Chunky Monkey.
Okay. The Chunky Monkey is simple. It is again a semi-ripe banana.
Gotcha.
Loaded up.
It sounds actually pretty good now that I'm reading it. Okay.
And the other one, how many ingredients did the other one have? Had like 3 or 4.
3 or 4, yeah. If you count with the vodka, it's 4.
Okay, this one is ground macadamia nuts.
Oh, interesting.
with a little soupçon of saffron powdered in. And all of that just mashed up in Colgate toothpaste right into the banana.
The Chunky Monkey is 3 ounces of room temperature almond butter. Important that it's room temperature or it will not work. 2 squares of sweet chocolate. All of these things are going to be mixed together.
Okay.
5 small hard pretzels.
Wow.
It sounds actually pretty good. And optional, 2 tablespoons of Bailey's.
Now people keep trying to get fucked up on these bananas.
You can also optional, a little bit of psilocybin.
Now, if you want the King Kong banana, you're going to need medical grade ketamine, and you're going to need an 8-ball of Coke, and you're going to need, it's like, how much? What? Yeah, like, dude, I just had the best banana of my life. Oh my God. That is unreal. Every one of their bananas has like an adult version.
Yeah, this one does too. What is the Tarzan?
Italian soppressata? Just two sardines. I think you could get them in there.
Load them in the hopper.
Load them in the hopper.
like it's a cannon.
Like a double barrel shotgun. Thump, thump, 2 sardines right in there. Some chicharrones, crumbs, and toothpaste again. And that's that banana. Oh, it has an alcohol in it. I'm gonna say Everclear.
It is 2 ounces of caramel squeeze. So there's like the caramel sauce from the Hershey's bottle. 1/4 teaspoon of sea salt, 1/4 teaspoon of cinnamon, or 2 tablespoons of Fireball whiskey, and 3 tablespoons of heavy cream. God, I don't know. That sounds good.
Wait, they want you to fill the banana with cream?
You got to whisk it all together.
Okay, all right.
Whisk
So that's
together,
yes.
and then it says mangia. What does mangia mean?
Mangia.
Oh, okay.
It's an Italian for eat. It's what the good nonna, she puts her fingers together and it's mangia. You got to eat.
Okay. Whisk all the ingredients together and mangia. You gotta, yeah. Well, I don't know which one of these people is Italian. Our story.
My God, the idea. No, don't use the banana loca. Let me make you a stuffed banana like we do in the old country.
In the home country.
Please. My sweet Nino, why?
Everybody needs a machine now.
Some ancient Sicilian man hand grinding almonds to put into a banana.
Oh God, I'm being mocked now for saying mangia.
There's no, everyone likes to pretend they're a linguist. Some of those people, they would have,
they mess something else up. Yeah.
It's also, that could just be a New Yorker thing too, because I've heard manja. My dad's been saying manja my whole life, and my dad is, I don't know if you know this, very Irish. So that's going to happen. That's a New York thing too. Everyone uses Italian and Yiddish as just New York.
Right.
It's just part and parcel of being a New Yorker.
Yeah. Oh, there's like 30 damn recipes on this website. Those are just the ones on the front page.
I feel like we can't do 30, but
no.
Can we scan for the I'm interested in what the craziest alcohol is that gets in there. If there's something, like
Fireball whiskey is a lot.
That's a lot. But if someone's like, put absinthe in this banana.
There is a King Kong. You were right. There is a King Kong, but it doesn't have any booze in it, but it does have 1 tablespoon of bee pollen. Because apparently that's a thing that you can acquire. Is bee pollen, just the shit of a bee.
Why are you putting bee pollen in your banana?
No good, because it's
and what does that have to do with King Kong?
Nothing. Don't you know King Kong and bees? It's a big thing.
Hachi machi. No,
I don't think the rest of them have booze. I think the rest of them. I think that it was just they put the booze on the front page. They're trying to be clear that Banana Loca isn't just for kids anymore. You can have a banana, and you can get loaded at the same time. Look, haven't you ever wanted to pick your kid, like walk to school, pick your kid up with just holding a banana in your hand and be like, no, this is an adult banana.
The principal of the school puts the fingers in and like opens the blinds and is like, oh boy, Dale's out there with a whole bunch of bananas.
Dad, can I have a bite of the banana? No, honey, this is an adult banana.
When you're older,
it's just a grown-up banana. It's just for grown-ups.
When you're older, you can have bananas, but not until you're in college. Okay. Yeah.
God. Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Let's check out what's going on at our tilt. We've raised $6,000 since we started to completely lose our minds.
Perfect.
And we also get to find out who they think is the taskmaster.
Yes.
So the majority of people think that it's you, man. They think you're the taskmaster.
What?
Look, I know. Here's the situation. You're gonna feel like it's a little weird because you were watching me make content before you were making content.
That's
But you have to understand the tables have turned now, and now you are a bigger deal than I am because of
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, Hank Green, king of TikTok for sure. Yeah, I'm a huge deal. Sitting here.
And now, look, now what's going to be uncomfortable is that the tables have turned. I am now a bigger fan of you than you are of me. You don't know
how big a fan of you I am. I independently have become your fan by accident multiple times. I was a fan of Vlogbrothers, and then later was like, Crash Course is amazing. Shit, I'm Hank Green's fan again. I've stumbled into your fandoms multiple times, so I don't know about that. What I will now, I think it's very interesting because there's a very interesting thing here in terms of the personas that we occupy in the content that we create. And because I am an internet dungeon master, I think people go, hey, here's a fella who knows how to call some shots, knows how to call the room to attention, which is a skill that you do pick up doing dungeon master stuff. But personality wise, that skill set is maybe not how I carry myself in my day-to-day life,
Yeah. This is what here's the problem though. Alex Horn does a lot of work to actually make Taskmaster work. And that seems more like you than me.
I truly have been working since I think like 6 a.m. this morning, and I was like rolling up to this just as delirious as could be. I was like on my Instagram live being like, what's up, fam? I'm collapsing into a mirror fractal of myself. Let's head over to projectforawesome.com/live. You'll never see me again. This is cool. Yeah, how are we doing donations wise right now?
Can you click on I put a little link in the chat. Can you click on it and we can go and look? Because we've raised $1,465,000.
Oh my God.
Savannah, who is a person who I know, got the Project for Awesome hoodie and said, hoodie. Jennifer said, for my sister, and got the Project for Awesome enamel pin. And Wynn said, on the behalf of my Centaur Lovin' 118 pals, I assume that's some kind of gang, more Crank Green coaster. This is me as a crab on a coaster that you can put a drink on. Have you seen me as a crab?
Yes, I was blessed enough to beautiful.
It takes a little bit of time for me to get in the right spot, but like it really works when it works, huh?
It's stunning. I'm not gonna lie. The filter is incredible. Yeah. It has a lot of character. The glasses fit in so well.
Well, they're my glasses.
Yeah, you go.
My actual glasses. The artist who made this just used my actual face, and I just cut it out for the PNG.
I love that. Look at that. And this is one of those crabs because some crab species got the one claw
One
bigger
big
than
claw.
got
Yeah.
the one big claw, and then some have the symmetry, but then some. I kind of love. You don't see asymmetry like that a lot
No,
in just like
unusual. Yeah.
very pretty unusual.
Mhm. I had to set my settings really weird. I'm gonna change it back. Ooh, actually, that looks, it looked better before.
It's the okay. So we have it also seems like all the rewards got all the Dimension 20 stuff got snapped up. People donated. People got all that cool stuff.
It's all gone.
Beautiful.
Oh,
I love that.
Okay, well, I'm putting my banana loca in the trash, not because I'm throwing it away, just because I don't want to drip on anything anymore.
I hear that.
And it's very wet on this part of my desk. There's a lot of wetness that happened there. I'm not saying I'm never going to use the banana loca again, but I am saying I'm never going to use the banana loca again until the Project for Awesome next year.
Wow.
That
How long have you had that thing laying around? When did the banana loca enter your life for the first time?
well, so I have an assistant who helps me make my TikToks, and I don't know how she found out about the banana loca, but I made a joke on my podcast about how I would like to have a corn dog that was filled with baked beans. And she told me about the banana loca and that I could actually probably make that happen. And so I did that. So thank you to Peyton for that. This experience, which would never have happened without you.
Wow. Wait a minute. Is there a poll? I'm so sorry. As we were talking, is there a poll? Is there a poll about who could beat 6 pelicans in a fight?
Yeah. Do you think you could beat 6 pelicans in a fight?
Look, at the end of the day, you got to believe in yourself. And just seeing the overwhelming amount of no's there.
Yeah, that's how I felt too. When I set that poll up, I said, are you the kind of person who can murder a pelican, or are you the kind of person who isn't a terrible pelican murderer? So it may be that I sort of set it up that people were like, well, I just want to like lay down and let the pelicans get me. So I'm not a pelican murderer, but I could definitely kill 6 pelicans with my bare hands.
And also, here's the other thing too, right? Like, what is the technical wording of that? The wording is, can you beat them in a fight, right?
Right.
Yeah, I can beat 6 pelicans in a fight. Listen, when the first 2 pelicans get their necks snapped, and I'm not going to be like unharmed, but when those first 2 pelicans are down, what are the other 4 pelicans going to do? Are they going to
experience? They just keep coming at you.
Now you speak like a man who's fought 6 pelicans. you said, you looked at me and gave me the old guy from Jaws energy. This was the energy. Their eyes, their dead black eyes, roll back white before they strike. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hank Green's bird facts. Kill 2 pelicans. The other 4 just come even harder.
Pelicans understand revenge. Their minds are powerful enough that they do understand whatever they understand, they put one of yours in the hospital, you put one of theirs in the morgue, right?
Okay, exactly. And you have to and so as a dungeon master, the chat is asking, what is a pelican's AC?
Pelican's armor class? 10.
Yeah.
The pelicans don't have a positive modifier to dexterity. Look at those doofuses.
No, definitely not.
No.
In fact, they get easier to hit when they're running away because they like take up even more space.
They can't take off fast. They can't they can't take off quickly. Like, and they do rely on their size for a lot. Like, in other words, they're not nimble. They're not dodging stuff. I would say if you were stabbing out a pelican, you would not give them a high dexterity. So very easy to hit. It's all about commitment, right? Like, if you're going to fight 6 pelicans, you will be in trouble if you give up internally. You're like, I'm scared. I'm getting attacked by birds, right? One of the first, when I first started working at College Humor, one of my first impressions on my fellow coworkers was a little bit of an odd foot forward, because everyone was talking about the zombie apocalypse. And people were going like, and I think Katie Maravich was like, I'd be dead. Like, I would end it all before I let any even participate. I'm so scared. Everyone's like, haha, yeah, like I'd be totally toast, or like and I just sort of was like, I think all of you are being very glib right now. I think you have a lot. I was like, I think you'd all make it. And I think I would too, because I think we're the most dangerous animals on the planet. And
Yeah.
I think that you would dig deep and you'd figure it out. And I think that you're scared of the fact that we can laughingly be like, LO, like it's very meme in like culture right now. I feel like, especially internet culture, of like LOL, like I'm like LOL dead, like I'm dead. And it's like, no, man, there's an animal inside you that will chew its leg off to get out of the trap. Embrace that. Embrace that energy. You know, that's the energy I try to live every day. So I'm gonna kill these pelicans is what I'm getting at. I'm gonna kill and eat these pelicans.
It said, can I beat 6 pelicans in a fight? But the answer, the question I'm answering is, could I fucking murder 6 pelicans? And the
Check it
answer is
out. Hey Hank, can I borrow your banana loca? Because I got 6 pelicans to fill with beans. Absolutely stuffed with beans. You're gonna catch me at the beach, the longest stick over the biggest fire, 6 rotisserie pelicans going, and me just priming that banana loca. I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
we need to call the Banana Loca people and be like, what we need a bigger Banana Loca. We're gonna need a bigger Banana Loca.
That's
We
the
need
old
something
Jaws
that can
guy
get
energy
more-
again.
We need to get more beans in these pelicans faster.
Pump it out. It's industry. We got to get more beans. That's the question. How do we get more beans and more pelicans with fewer man hours of work and less time with less energy consumption?
Yeah.
It's simple engineering.
Yeah. This is the future. This is how you make a turducken with a Banana Loca.
Just seeing you put a little quail in the hopper. Welcome to the Banana Loca Vault. You will see gradually increasing in size a number of banana locas, each formatted for a different bird.
And at the end of Thanksgiving, you're gonna be so drunk.
We put Bailey's in all. God, Bailey's.
We got gravy liqueur.
What did the Bailey's one going again? I bartended for so long.
I love
Bailey's gets so nasty in so many things. Like there's a couple specific drinks that Bailey is okay to put in.
Totally.
But like the amount of time I would see people that had never tried like a car bomb before, and you throw the Bailey's in, and you're like, yeah, you got to drink that really fast because that's gonna get so gross so quickly.
Yeah, you're gonna lose all your bubbles.
You're gonna lose all your bubbles. It's gonna curdle and get weird. Don't mess with it.
It is, and I think that this sounds good. It's almond butter, so grated chocolate bar, crushed pretzels, almond butter mixed with those things with your Baileys. I think that works.
I think that works. I think that like
I drink Baileys with ice is how I drink Baileys.
Oh, I do that.
I call it icy milk.
You call it that just to yourself, or do you explain? You call it that? I call it icy milk. I find the biggest room in my house completely empty, pour Bailey's into a glass of ice, and I say, "This is icy milk."
Oh God, I've been roasted so I've never been roasted that hard by a person just saying what I said back.
That's the ultimate roast. The ultimate roast is repeat what you heard.
Oh, that's what I said. Except that at the edge of the empty room is the people I just tweeted at. I'm having an icy milk.
I'm having an icy milk. Hey, here at Casa de Green, we're enjoying a fabulous icy milk. Good. Whoo.
Yummy icy milk.
Of the Banana Loca recipes, not the Curious George, the one after Curious George, the Chunky Monkey. That was the one, because I think the solve is textural, right? Like that's the cool thing to add. All that stuff of like pretzel, almond, all that stuff. That sounded really good to me because I like peanut butter bananas, but I'll be honest, like it's gotta be crunchy peanut butter on a banana for me.
Oh, interesting.
Just because I feel like certain types of smooth peanut butter are so sort of like processed that they'll just slide off the banana, and then you sort of have a glob of peanut butter in a corner of your mouth, and then the banana and the chunk of it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it in any way. I forgot that I had like a playlist of music that I could be playing. But
Damn. Well, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, who knows? It's even the end of your hour, actually. Though you're welcome to stay on. I know that you've been working since 6 o'clock in the morning, though.
I gotta say hi to my boy Patrick Rothfuss, who I've played D&D with now like several times. He's great. Also, a dude. Awesome. Also, much like yourself, I was reading Pat's books when I was bebopping around in New York as a broke improviser, and lo and behold, now I play D&D. I was reading Name of the Wind on the goddamn subway with holes in my shoes.
I remember the first time I was told about the Name of the Wind, the person, my friend Joe, just couldn't he like couldn't contain himself about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, I guess I have to read this book. You guys are going to listen to this year. I have to go do a wardrobe change. But if you're going to click, wait, actually, no. Even better. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. We got a featured video. So that's what we're going to go to. We're going to go to projectforawesome.com/featured. We're going to watch a video, and I'm going to load it up right now so I can see what it is. projectforawesome.com/featured. And then we're going to watch this video for the Against Malaria Foundation from Fiona Gallagher, and we're going to watch it together. So you can go to projectforawesome.com/featured, watch that video together. I'm going to turn my speakers off so that you don't hear me watching it. And then we're going to go to the blank screen. And we're going to do that in, I think, as long as Pal is ready for me to do it, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll be back right afterward. I will.
I'm like, I'll play with anyone. I know a lot of improvers and like people who just love being at the table. Oh, we're
We're
live.
live.
Oh, hold
We're
on.
live.
We're live.
I mean, beep, bop, whoop, beep.
Sorry.
You're
Bad
good. You're
news is
good.
I didn't get a chance to explain the situation to Pat and Brennan. But anyway. Boop, bop, boop, wee, bop. Boop, wee, bop, boop, boop, wee, bop.
But yeah. Hey, everybody. It's good to see y'all. Is this your first time swinging through Project for Awesome, Brendan?
Yes, well, as a participant, certainly I've been a viewer and donator in the past, but this is the first time coming up on the main stage for sure.
It is a wildly delightful group of people.
Hell
Hop, weep.
yes.
Oh. Oh.
Perfect. This is perfect.
Oh.
Hey, America, this is content, okay? This is homegrown USDA prime content. And if you don't get that this is what, then look at him go. Look at those moves. Not in your wildest dreams could you pull that off. That is rocket fuel content right there. That is straight to the moon. God, beautiful. It's like watching fireworks.
The Hank is like a legit unicorn. I watch him on different social medias and I'm like, oh Hank, TikTok, the thought of being on TikTok just makes me feel tired. And then I watch you just like swanning in there and killing it. And I'm like, dang, don't make me want to be on TikTok. Like, don't prove to me that it's not, it's just that I don't want to try. It's not that I'm too old. Yeah.
I hear you. It's funny. I am also a lot on TikTok, but it's never.
Sorry, guys. I was in the bathroom.
Wait,
What, did I miss anything?
Okay, I guess I'll rattle off some options for what could have just happened. When you Hank Green enter a fugue state in which you lose complete consciousness and just bust insane sick moves nonstop, and then wander off and get a plaid and get a nice overshirt and put it on. But yeah, you were dancing, man. You were here. You were dancing beautifully.
I think that I don't know. I think that was that. I think what you're describing sounds like Butt Fartman, who is a space alien who wears shirts on his bottom and shirts on his top. And
Gotcha.
Yeah.
God,
he does like to dance and he makes weird noises. Did he make weird noises?
So embarrassing. Yes.
Yeah.
I had mistaken you. You look a great deal like, well, there's a similarity, but at a distance, your head was cut off.
But
So
Hartman, his hair parts on the left, and
Yeah.
Hank parts his hair on the right.
Yeah.
Copy that.
He's not even human, so he doesn't look that much like me.
That makes sense. That's so wild.
Uh,
The TAC bundle sold out, so that's gone.
Oh, I threw one of the weird high-end ones that we made with Wormwood. Did they both sell out, or just that?
Just the posh one sold.
Oh,
It says.
the posh one. Wow. Johnny on the spot. Nice job, chat. Jumping in there with both feet. I kind of thought that might hang out there for a while. I don't even have to pitch it now. You just made my job a whole lot easier. Now if I pitch it, it'll just make you sad. So that's half my job done.
I don't have to talk at all. Why would I talk? Oh my God, my back hurts, you guys. I'm so old.
When you were gone, Butt Fartman came out and he did a dance, and I looked at him and I thought, either if I did that quietly alone in the largest room of my house, of course, and
But right before you did it, you'd say, "I'm gonna have some icy milk."
also,
I call this icy milk.
I just want to say, Hank, I drink Bailey's with ice too. So, like,
You mean you drink icy milks?
I wouldn't go that far.
Damn, that's
Wow.
a double roast. That's really, I roasted you, Hank, and then Pat came in like windmill over the top, slam dunk roast.
That's like, just so you know, that I would never say those words that you proudly say to millions of people on Twitter.
I will say, I once got a coffee at a coffee shop that they didn't, because this was a place where they make real coffee and they're proud of it. And then I went in and I said, could you make this for me? And they looked at me with such hurt. And then I kept coming in and ordering it again and again because it was delicious and daddy needs his medicine.
Sure.
And then eventually they just put it on the menu and they named it the Fairy Bunny. And which I think was just their last ditch attempt to make me stop ordering this coffee drink.
No, that's I mean, that's really hard to know. It's a little hard to know, Pat.
I mean,
what do they mean?
I think it was,
is it in love?
I mean, it was love, hate. I mean, at this age, I can't tell the difference. If I ever could.
Nobody at the coffee shop is being mean on purpose. I think that's all got to be love.
That's what I've been telling myself all these years, but I'm sort of unpacking that with my therapist. No, literally, it is a white chocolate mocha with a couple of shots of blackberry in it. It is, I mean, it's like eating a milkshake, but
shove that into a banana and call it done.
Man, oh man. I was going to say there was some compliments flying around here. I just wanted to say real quick, we were talking about a moment before. Reading Pat's book on the subway, I cannot tell you how meaningful In the Name of the Wind was specifically. And I think I've said this to you before. Story about a infinitely capable magician who is absolutely fucked because he's poor. It just meant the world to me. It just meant the world to me. That's like, the multi-talented, the master magician. I'm so broke. Oh God. Oh God. And I heard the first chapter on the subway and I was like, finally a story for me. All I wanted to say, I just wanted to get that out on the record.
That's how he's always imagined himself. Brennan the Bloodless.
There you go.
Well, and just to turn it back around on you, last night, my boys asked to watch CEO of Oreo again.
Wow.
And then they're like, can we watch the Tide Pod once again? And which I have to say, like, you've done so much good stuff, like everywhere, but the CEO skits are like, and I'm like, yeah, they're funny. I've watched them, but I've kind of left them alone. I watched it again, and the one for talk about speaking to your heart, the Tide Pod one, where you're looking and you're like, I need you to understand what's wrong with this without me telling you. And I'm like, oh my God, I feel like this all the time. Oh no, this is the worst, best thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I have not got a chance to wash my hands since I really just manhandled a lot of baked beans. It's really, I don't know, like you can't like get baked bean stick off of you. It's a permanent problem.
Well,
I mean, absent a sink.
Oh yeah. I mean, have you given yourself a good licking?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that was step one.
I was figuring sorry, I knew.
There's a
that.
lot of little crevices in there. Also, I don't know. It's been a pandemic for a long time. I don't know. Maybe didn't give as like thorough a slobber as I normally would have. You know.
After the licking, it's typically a swabbing.
Okay.
I'm running you down my flow chart.
We're dropping the G's really hard here, and it's stressing me out. It's licking and a swabbing.
The licking and a swabbing. Apparently, somebody's doing a Knight's Tale commentary, which I didn't know.
Love A Knight's Tale.
I love A Knight's Tale too.
Love A Knight's Tale.
Oh man,
the anachronisms, great.
Yeah, 95% of it holds up amazingly.
When Knight's Tale came out, I saw the preview up to the point where they were doing "We Will Rock You" in the stands, and I swore that it was this far and no further, and I would never, you know. And then it was actually James D'Amato was talking. He was up here. He sort of he was a refugee from Chicago for a while. During the early days of the pandemic, he came and camped in Stevens Point, which was delightful for me to have him close by. But he was hanging out with some friends, and they were like, "Oh, like Knight's Tale," and they're all like, "Yeah, Knight's Tale." And I'm like, "Are you screwing with me? Are you? Is this? Are you all
this movie? The one that I know about that one."
I knew it was bad, and I thought
it was panned. Like critically, it did very badly.
Well, and but then they're like, "Oh my God, you've never seen it," and I'm like, "This is an elaborate joke. They have set this up ahead of time." And then they're like, "No kidding, I'm telling you the truth. It is a great movie, and you'll have to watch it." And I'm like, "Well, I trust you," and I watch it. I'm like, I absolutely didn't know where this. I had the totally wrong read on this movie. And he goes, "I'm not going to say anything except sit down." And he goes, "And just realize this is a sports movie. It's the best sports movie ever."
Yeah.
And it was a delightful movie, but boy. Oh, cool. Now I don't have to do any of my job. The lesser tack bundle sold out.
All of them sold out. I saw they were going really fast. Woo. I was looking, and it was like every other one was a talk bundle. But that's not the only thing that you could get at projectforawesome.com/donate. There's lots of things that the digital download bundle, which includes that thing.
You want me to do it?
The Knight's Tale commentary. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know who's doing that Knight's Tale commentary, but it's also got a lot of exclusive podcasts. It's got all my TikTok drafts. So I record a lot of TikToks, and a lot of them don't get posted because they're too embarrassing, or I just don't think they should have a broad audience. I think they should have a narrow audience. So I've got all of these very goofy drafts that are going into that.
That's smart. I throw those. I like all of my tweets. I used to write tweets and then tweet them, and now I write them and I look at them and I'm just sad and I delete it.
Yeah.
I've considered inviting all of my friends. Tell me, I need help, guys. Tell me if this is crazy. I've considered inviting all of my friends into a Slack channel, just so that I can have a place where I can talk to them that's kind of like Twitter, but just my friends. And then I could put my tweets there that I can't put anywhere else because I shouldn't tweet anything ever. And but also then we could have like, in here is where we'll talk about Knight's Tale or something like that. Is that crazy? Me like reinventing social media and like trying to get all my friends to talk to me on Slack? Is this insane?
No, it's great.
It's great.
The Joko cruise where they have, so on the Joko cruise, it's like a cruise with a bunch of nerds. And of course they figured out how to hack the internet so that there's like an internal boat Twitter where it's just Twitter for people who are on this boat. So it's Twitter for 2,000 people, and a 2,000 person Twitter of people who are within 5 minutes of you is infinitely preferable to the actual Twitter. It's a really lovely thing. And there's like 25 tweets a day. And it's so delightful.
What's unfortunate is I remember that day, like it was like, oh, it was a little Twitter. And then unfortunately,
did it get weird?
It Darwinistically progressed along the same lines as Twitter. Which is not to say that parts of it weren't still delightful, but it did. It seems to be like a convergent evolution. Like any unrestricted social media thing is going to behave like like a terrible culture in your fridge.
What a disaster.
Yeah.
Nothing can work anymore.
Or although actually I'll say it was Double or Nothing, where when it was good, it was amazing. But because it was such a tight community, if it started to get a little bad, it got a lot bad. But it did have oversight, unlike the actual Twitter, which made it good. Somebody in the chat said a wild thing that I have to repeat, that apparently they found out, they found out who I was by stumbling onto my review of Cyrano de Bergerac on Goodreads, which is the wildest way anyone has discovered me and my book ever.
That's hilarious. Are you proud of that review? You have good Goodreads reviews. I've read some of them myself.
Yeah, I mean, I only review a book if I have something that I think is interesting to say, and generally speaking, only if I like the book. There's one or two funny exceptions, but it's a dick move to leave a bad review of a book. If you, I'm in the industry, it's like me making fun of a colleague effectively. Every
book I read that I don't like, I don't talk about.
Although I took a swing at Roald Dahl because he's dead.
Well, if you got good reasons.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. The Cyrano de Bergerac with Dinklage, which I wanted to be excited about, but I can't be excited about that. I just there's
a dynamic there that I feel like we should be done with.
Cyrano? No, I think like Dinklage, it's way better than like, here's a dude with a big nose. It's like, wow, here's a person who, like, there's some ableism going on there. That'd be cool. It's that, like, I know that they aren't going to go with Brian Hooker's translation, and any other translation of Cyrano de Bergerac either sounds like Dr. Seuss or you've missed the entire fucking boat, because this was beautiful poetry that was written back in the day. I have huge chunks of Cyrano de Bergerac memorized. I'm nuts. It's my favorite piece of drama over Cyrano de Bergerac. Also, I just, to bring it back around, I do think Cyrano de Bergerac could kill at least 6 pelicans. Easy. Just wouldn't even break a sweat.
Oh my God.
For sure.
I could also make some sort of panache joke here, but can we just assume that I did? That's a DIY joke, everyone. You can assemble that humor at home. It's much more meaningful if you do it yourself.
There's a lot of these. I had a moment where I realized that that when you go to a restaurant and there's a pelican, there's got to be some joke about how big the bill is. But like, where is the pelican and where is the bill? And it took a long time for me to get to the joke. And the joke is, because the pelican can't be the waiter, because it's not their fault that the bill is big. The pelican can't really be with you. You can't be the pelican. The pelican has to be a person who is in a position of power, so you can be mad at them. Whereas usually the person who's in the position of the power is the person who is the customer at the restaurant. But you can make the pelican, the person in power, if they are the owner of the restaurant. So here's the joke. I love to eat at Pelican Gyms, but I don't go very often because they always hit you with a really big bill on the way out the door. Took a long time to get there. But it happened. It was a long time coming. It was a conversation I had with my TikTok audience over several days to arrive at the correct pelican.
Yeah, there's in my head here, like, because it did go first thought to the waiter, and it's like, that the waiter's not responsible for the size of what the bill is, but I immediately went straight into a tangent of like a dad at the table being like to the pelican waiter, like, well, I always have to worry about coming here because you always get hit with a big bill on the way out the door.
Right.
And the pelican,
you aren't the protagonist in the joke. The joke is that the person another
making-
person is being a dick.
And then to me, the real joke, the thing that would make me laugh is that moment happens. And then the pelican just goes, "Sir, I work here. I work here. You're in you're in my place of work now." Right. That's what gets me going, is that pelican's reaction.
For me, it's the guy, you know, he's in there, there's a pelican waiter, and he you know, and he looks up and he's like, and then he looks around, he sees the person behind the bar is also a pelican, and some of the people at other tables are pelicans, and then he just orders his food and he eats his food, and a couple points through, you know, you can see he has a couple of glasses of wine, he kind of gets into it, and then but he stops, he has his dessert, and then he just leaves, and as he steps out the door, a guy just comes out of nowhere and just like and then they're on the phone and they're calling the police. They're like, it's Big Bill again. It's the local color. But see, that I don't think that's a good joke, but that's what I think of in my head.
So like there's another Bill, which is the human being named Bill. Brennan, do you have another take? Because I have another take on the pelican joke.
We're gonna crack this. I think we're gonna crack this, and I think it's either gonna become a joke or a novel or maybe a new religion. And any of those are great. Yeah, what's the new one? What's the new take?
So my take is that the pelican isn't the waiter, doesn't own the restaurant, isn't you aren't the pelican. There is no the pelican is the soup. I like to have pelican soup, but the bill is always very large.
Oh,
wow. I like to have pelican soup, but the bill is all. See, there you go. Because it would suck.
Like, that one's nice because it's very few words. You get it out and it's done with.
Real economy. There's real economy there. And it would suck to have a giant pelican bill in your soup. You'd be like,
you don't want that.
You don't want that.
It is that's a very that's a racing joke. That's a lean racing joke. That's like my favorite go-to joke, which is Doe walks out of the woods and says, "That's the last time I do that for $2."
Good God.
That's
economy.
I just
It's so, I know this is, I have devoted so much of my life to the pursuit of comedy. Gun to my head, someone said, "Say a joke." I would just start crying and go, "You have to pull the trigger." I cannot think of
it's all
one.
over for me.
It's all over. It's all over. I can't think of one joke.
How do you kill an elephant?
Wait, how do you kill an elephant?
With an elephant gun.
oh man, my dad would tell a series of elephant jokes.
I've heard
so interconnected and beautiful and dark, and his deadpan delivery. But the joke is a lost art. Like, humor flourishes, but and I think honestly joke died a long after it should have, because almost all joke humor is rooted in misery and making fun of somebody. Every blonde joke, every American and German, whatever.
You know, the jokes that were told when I was a kid, it was always about body or intelligence or
It's the classic stranger in a strange land. You're just being mean to somebody. And I think the first person who actually like helped me articulate like what the problem was, because I used to hang out with like people who like to talk about what was funny, and I tried to write a humor column and made a hash of that. But it was Justin McElroy's Twitter bio, and it was like, "I view it as my life's mission to increase the harmless joy in the world."
Yes.
And I was like, holy that's it. It's like he wants to bring delight and hurt no one. And that is hard humor. That is a rare vintage
Yeah.
because everything, like 92% is somebody being mocked or something terrible happening to somebody. And once you realize that, it's so odd. Well, it's sort of like preparation is a lot, like the timing, the execution, but you know, but the flour and the eggs of all those jokes is misery, and that sucks.
Yeah, it's fair. So like I think a lot of that humor is based, like a lot of the of like positive, like productive mean joking is among people who have really deep understanding of how, like, of each other. So you can like do it to people you understand really well. If you were like, you know, if like you're all very secure and you understand each other well, like you can pull it off. You can pull off mean jokes to people you love and understand well. But like the idea that you can then extend that to standing on a stage and having that joke get broadcasted to, you know, thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, and then you know, to listen to the McElroys and to hear the craft and how you can make a podcast be funny every week forever without it.
Well, and I don't doubt that you guys know, but like, and actually I know my answer, because all of humor is meanness or misery or whatever, well prepared, hopefully well executed, these things that, but the ingredient is something bad happens to the Pollock, or we're making fun of lawyers or whatever.
Right.
But like, what is the other slender sliver that, like, I know what I decided it was, and that's what I pursued, because like long before I wrote a novel, I did this humor column that I clung to like grim death until people started reading it. And I knew what I ended up eventually aiming for, but like, what do you guys aim for, if you don't mind my asking? This is a lousy thing to do. Can I cuss here?
I mean, I have been.
Oh, good. Then like, this is a shitty thing to ask people late at night off the cuff. It's like, talk to me about the truth and the secrets of your craft, with no advance warning.
Hell yeah. I was a fucking teacher of this shit for years. I can pop off at 12:30 in the morning. That's no sweat. Do you mean like, what is the philosophy behind jokes? Or do you mean the idea of like,
how about this? If we, okay, I'm gonna get loose here. If we define humor or a joke as something which makes a person laugh, okay,
right,
or
yeah,
is intended to make a person laugh, as opposed to wordplay, which we will stipulatively agree might be amusing, but it is not strictly humor, except in rare edge cases, right? And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying you rarely hear a good pun and go, ha,
sure,
ha, doesn't happen, right? But there's all that bad stuff. There's the American, the German, and the Polish person.
yeah.
And then you know what's going to happen. There's all that. What other than that exists that you can make funny with? Or do other people not think that way?
I got the best piece of comedy advice I got was early, because I do, like, a lot of what I do is not making a joke. It is telling you about things. So for example, just earlier, Brennan repeated back to me the fact that
I heard
the fact that I call my Bailey's and icy milk. And that so what, and this was, I think this advice came from John Green when he was editing me in this book that no one owns. So I co-wrote this book, though it was, you know, no one is credited in it. It was just like, it's a mental floss book, so it's like by mental floss, right? So I just got paid to write it. Didn't get any like cover billing or anything. And he said, just let the world be interesting. Let the fact be funny. Find the thing that is funny and just tell us that. Tell us the world as it exists. The world is bizarre. The world is ridiculous. Find the way in which it is ridiculous and just say that out loud. Like the earlier, I saw a Project for Awesome meme. I don't know who it was from. And it was like, it just said what had happened, which is like, it's 12 o'clock in the morning. A 41-year-old man with butt written on his head just shoved Dr. Pepper baked beans up the ass of a corn dog. And like, that's all, like, there's nobody's there that's getting made fun of there. That's just a thing that happened. I helped to construct that situation, but like, I didn't construct it all by myself. Like the balloons constructed a lot of it. It was just which balloons I happened to pop. So to me, the world is bizarre and weird and wonderful. And you have to let the world be funny and interesting and just say it. Just say the reality of it.
I'm going to drop yet a third theory of comedy.
I want to give me.
Well, there's plenty of.
A joke is a psychological construct, and it is interchangeable with what in improv you would call a move or a game move, right? It is a unit of comedy, right? Intended to produce laughter. A joke is a psychological construct which presents information. The information creates an assumption or expectation from the viewer or listener. A second piece of information is added that shatters and destroys the expectation in a completely confounding or surprising way without contradicting the initial piece of information,
right,
and still proceeding logically from it. So there is a bit of magicianship, there's a bit of sleight of hand, because you need to know where the audience is going to look and have the card not be there, right? So what neurologists and psychologists talk about comedy as being is why it exists is it's a mental immune system. It's part of.
Of course, you know this. I'm delighted you know this. Thank you for
mental immune system. It's chaos training. You know, human beings of all of the animal kingdom have the most heightened predictive ability, the most ability to live in the future, and we use that skill all the time. And we are so bad at it. And that pain, the constant disappointment of our extremely advanced predictive ability, requires some sheathing or carapace to make it okay that we're constantly wrong about what's going to happen, and to deal with expectation and subversion, right? So what a neurologist would call expectation and subversion, a stand-up comedian would call setup and punchline, and an improviser would call baseline reality an unusual thing, right?
Yeah.
And it's just the same pattern, like a fractal repeating throughout the universe. But essentially, we do not laugh merely when we are surprised. We laugh when we have an expectation that is subverted, and the subversion immediately connects to the thing that launched our initial assumption.
Yeah. Oh my God. Brennan, I did not know I could like you anymore.
Well, yeah. He went to the real haha school.
Well, and that's just it. Like everything else, I grew up feral and I didn't learn these things.
Oh, yeah.
I cobbled them together in the.
No one has to learn what's
in the
funny.
woods
like,
of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But like my take, and I knew all of that, I think of that, a lot of it is execution. I love that. I also think there's a key component that allows us to learn, because we need to model the world and have rules so that we can make choices without always having to go from scratch. But of course, if all we did is make rules and they stayed in place forever, then we learn a lot real fast and then we die, because we're not changing those rules in our head. And I think, and it's been a while and I'm not up on the science, but I think laughter is often provoked when it is the expectation and the subversion, but you've accepted it. And it like a weird thing cascades back and forth through the corpus callosum, like across your brain. And the laughter is almost like an involuntary, it's like a hiccup. It's a side effect of what happens neurologically. What I came to all those years ago, and most things do fit into it fairly well, is like there's meanness or violence or whatever, you know, and then on the other side, and I think it's more common these days as people realize it's not like iridium, you know, it's not like this rare thing that you occasionally can sift through and find, where it's a renewable resource, but it's more subtle and it's harder, and it's the ridiculous, and that is a wildly broad, you know, category. But you know, if you say meanness over here is the ridiculous. And to talk about it though, when people are like, what do you mean? I say, have you ever watched the Dalai Lama do anything? And the Dalai Lama, you know, dude knows how rough the world is. You know, his people have gotten like the shitty end of the stick. He is, you know, and I watched him once. There was an interview where it was just a video, and he was at a temple, and there were some Buddhist nuns, and one of them was very, very old, like real old, like hunched up. And he said, and he's talking to all of the people there, and he's like, how are you doing, to her? And she goes, oh, not so good. She goes, I don't think I'm going to be around much longer. I just don't want to eat. And he laughs, and he goes, well, you have to eat. And I'm like, oh my God. The thing is, with sufficient, and most of us would be like, oh my God, this is a horrible thing this woman is saying. However, and this is where this is my unified field theorem of it's part of my everything. You know, you need, with the appropriate amount of distance, you know, things become funny. And that's, you know, wasn't it Mel Blanc? He said, tragedy is when I get a paper cut. Comedy is when you fall into an open sewer and die.
Yeah.
And it's funny because it's you know, but what you do in Buddhism is you attempt to get distance. What you attempt to do as a performer, you know, what you attempt to do as somebody who hopefully engages in rational thought or is mindful, is you want to get distance from the event. And seen objectively, and this ties back to what Hank was saying, everything is wildly ridiculous viewed from the proper height. And nobody's higher than the Dalai Lama, folks. Take that out of context, why don't you? But you know, but he's like, and I rarely successfully keep myself in that place that I used to be, where I could acknowledge how wonderfully strange everything was, even the terrible things. And it's like, isn't it wild that we care this much? Isn't this silly? Mm-hmm. You know? And what's weird is what kind of gets bagged on is the old, well, the medium old type of humor, which is, it's like, so about that airline food, what those people are saying is, isn't this strange? And if it's done well, the person manages to communicate the strangeness of the everyday in the world, which is in some ways, it's a very specific kind of art
Right.
that I will also say is almost entirely, that's my world. That is the realm of the fairy tale, is showing the real world as wondrous and strange.
There's so there's I often will have the thing that I laughed at hardest on Twitter today was this image. It says it was a normal corn dog. It says at the top, it was not a normal corn dog. The first thing you read is the punchline, so you don't think it's not coming. And then the funny thing is that this person is saying it's a normal corn dog and there's beans on the inside. But what's actually funny about it is that there were beans in a corn dog, and it is being compared to the Trojan. There's nothing unexpected. There's no expectation that's being defied here. It's just it's a relationship between stuffing beans in a corn dog and stuffing Trojan soldiers into a horse. And I'm curious if Brennan can tell me why I laughed at this so hard.
The expectation, in my opinion, because Brendan's going to nail it, but here's my guess. No pressure. But the expectation is that this is going to tell a story or make normal sense, and it didn't.
It didn't.
And therefore you're like, oh, this is nonsense. Nonsense is amazing.
But it's not nonsense to me because I just ate a corn dog that I'd stuffed full of beans.
I think so. First of all, there are multiple jokes in this image, right? That's important. There are multiple jokes going on in this image. So what made you laugh could have been any number of them, right? So it's a familiar scene. It's the Trojan horse going into Troy. And the fact that there's little beans in the horse is already a subversion of expectation.
Yeah. They're not actually, this is the original image. Those are just little guys. I don't know if she drew beans. I think.
But why are they two different illustration styles? The men.
I don't know.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to lie to you. Here's what made me laugh watching this. And this is, again, to get to how specific, because here's the weird thing about humor, right? Is that it is like a lot of things in life. It's simultaneously subjective and objective, right?
Yes.
There are solid surfaces that exist for you to try to land on. Those solid surfaces are composed of expectation in the minds of other human beings. So yes, the surfaces are solid, but they're crafted in fluid mind states, right? What's funny about the funniest thing on this image to me, like I looked at it was not a normal corn dog. I was like, okay, looked at beans and I was like, beans, sort of classic comedy word. That motherfucker in the lower right-hand corner happily yelling, it's a normal corn dog. Because here's the thing. If you have to call it a normal corn dog, it's not that normal. A guy who sees a normal corn dog, you know what he says? First of all, he probably doesn't say shit. Second of all, if he says anything, he says, check out that corn dog. He's not calling it normal corn dog. So that immediately, but that's the thing is, my brain doesn't have the expectation of person X's, and neither will person X to person Y or whatever. So it's like the hard part is figuring out, like you're saying, you're not going to get everybody. And even like the Justin McElroy quote, like that is a beautiful thing. But like, even if you are doing wholesome humor, you're not going to get 100% of people, because some people are nasty, and so you're not going to appeal to them with your wonderful wholesome humor. So it's like you're trying to gauge. It's always like an optimization. You're like, what is the expectation that will be common enough in this audience of people that there will be some laugh waiting here? But God, it's a normal corn dog is a funny thing to scream. It's to scream at a guy trying to hug you 2 feet away.
That's a normal corn dog.
It's so happy. By the way, it's not a normal corn dog. It's the Trojan horse.
It's a giant horse. It's a really big horse. If you put a big beans in an image, it's funny.
If I saw a man holding the Trojan horse spin around to me and wave his arm and go, it's a normal corn dog.
It's not really subverting an expectation. It's just ridiculous. And I think that's like, there's something there that like, there is a joke there are jokes, and then there is like ridiculousness. And I think that lewdness and ridiculousness also relate, where just like a fart can be funny because it's a fart, and farts are just funny.
That's what I would always say is, I'm like, well, you know why kids think farts are funny, right? It's because farts are funny. But actually watching my kids or other little kids, like if you wanna find the quirk of anything, watch little kids do it. Because I watched one little kid tell a joke to another little kid, and neither one of them had words. Like they couldn't do it verbally. And the little kid, because I was sitting in the car waiting for my girlfriend to come out of a place, and there are two little kids in front of the car, and one little kid reaches out and touches the grill of the car, pretends that it's hot, and goes, and the little girl laughs, and he goes, and she laughs, and this he was killing it. This was his grade 5.
His whole career began that day.
And I'm like, it's not just that he's doing something that isn't true. There's artistry involved, but it's also something that you can do with little kids. Those of you that are newer parents or going to be parents or grandparents or whatever, just grab some of these kids and do this. Where little babies, you take them and you take their feet, and you're like, and you smell them, and then you go, ew. Oh. And they're like, that's hysterical. And then I'm like, I go, maybe these smell pretty. I bet you they smell pretty. Oh, and again, this can be your whole evening. They will never get tired of it. And I think there's ridiculousness, but I think at a certain point, the ridiculousness comes from an expectation that is so primally believed that it cannot be articulated, in the same way that we don't think about air or gravity. I think that's like the deep magic from before the dawn of time of humor. If you subvert an expectation that somebody doesn't know they have in the right way, and that also hopefully can move them off of a deeply held belief, like the fact that maybe vaccines are bad, or that white people are the best people. That's kind of one of the only known ways to sort of jostle people out of that deep rut. Because those things you learn before you know you're learning them, they squat like toads in our subconscious, and they're impossible to root out. You don't root a toad, people. I'm sorry about that analogy.
You got to root those toads out.
We had Mercury Stardust on earlier. She could tell you all about how to root the toads out of your drain pipes, at least.
I think that's like, I just had a conversation about this, Pat, that was like talking about the fact that comedy is sort of like magic, in that magic there's good magic and bad magic, and it can do, and there are evil jokes that have the construction of a joke and do the mechanical thing that a joke does, and they are, and I was just talking about this where I was like, one of the weird things about comedy is that you realize very quickly comedy is all about boundaries, it's all about expectation, it's all about these, but what you quickly realize is that every joke also has a point of view. So you could have two jokes about the same subject matter, and you could have them addressing the same breach of an expectation, culturally or socially. And you can tell when the joke is at the expense of the breach or in support of the breach. There is like revolutionary humor that's like, hey, in other words, I remember seeing a classic example of this is like comedy about like little old ladies being horny. One of the most classic forms of comedy ever, right? And you can see depictions of this, and there are the ones where there's like a little old lady in like an Adam Sandler movie or whatever who's super horny, and everyone's like, ooh, ooh, gross. And like they're being the straight character that's reacting to the unusual thing. And you go, this is like reactionary. This is like a conservative form of humor that is making you laugh as you go, yeah, that is a deviation from what is good, which is to be hot and young. It would be bad to be old, right? And it creates this reactionary mindset where you get more ossified. So there's comedy that can reinforce boundaries, but I've also seen things where like The Expense where there's like an older woman character who has a lot of hot young lovers, and it's like, what, are you surprised? And you go, oh, the joke's at my expense. The joke is at the expense of the audience's outdated, outmoded belief system. And the joke is actually revolutionary, and it's breaking through the cement, and it's offering you a different vision of what life in the world could be like. But jokes can absolutely do both. They can absolutely reinforce barriers, and they can absolutely break them down.
Yeah. Is this, have you ever read about benign violation theory? I realize, yes. Okay,
Preach.
cool. Okay. I just wanted to, because I stumbled into it. Also, I realized maybe I should talk with Brendan about benign violation theory, maybe not on the Cherry live stream. I forgot where I was.
What are we? We're at our slumber party.
Hey, I've ruined every slumber party in my life with this bullshit, so let's not stop now.
I'm gonna slumber actually.
Good, Hank. Good. Get some sleep.
I will leave you because I have to take back over in the morning at some point. But thank you, everybody who's donated so far. We are at 1,470,000. So anything that Pat you can do to keep the needle moving.
I'll get my hustle on. I haven't made a pitch yet, but I will pitch.
You haven't had to. You sold all your things already.
Well, I think last time that happened, I can check my numbers. I might be able to throw some more in. If people in the chat are still interested in TAC. But I'll take the temperature after you say your goodbyes, and go have a wonderful night's sleep.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who's been making this all work. Thanks to all of our matching donors, and thanks to all of the people who have donated, and everybody's been hanging out in the chat, and also everybody on TikTok. I'm gonna say goodbye to you as well with this button. Goodbye. And then I'm gonna say goodbye to these people. Oh, that was just the end of the song. It sounded like that was related to me ending TikTok, but it was just the song ended. I'm going to say goodbye to all of you. Thank you, and have a lovely evening. I appreciate you late night people for making it stay alive and all of the fun. Goodbye.
So Brendan, I don't know. I know you probably have been up and swinging hard all day too. It's a delightful treat that I've gotten to hang out with you here, but if you've got to go, don't feel bad, because I've flown solo here before.
Wow. What's your time slot? How long are you rocking for?
I'm here for at least another hour.
Wow. Is anyone coming in at 1 to help you out, or no? Or
you're not?
Oh no.
At least I don't think so. I mean, I don't need somebody else to have a conversation. it's my greatest strength is my greatest weakness.
I love it so much, man. I will take you up on the offer, because we are shooting at Dimension 20 tomorrow in the morning. So I'm gonna hot her off. I was supposed to leave an hour ago, but an hour of your company I could not for the world pass up. So
my heart grew 3 sizes. Everybody, Brendan Lee Mulligan. Honestly, one of the most delightful people I have ever had the joy of being adjacent to. And if you are not digging all of his stuff, then you are missing some of the best stuff that life has to offer. Please, like, do yourself a favor and get more of this gentleman in your life. I'm so glad that I tuned in to hear you say that you liked my books like back in the day, because I've been super bashful about like sending you this email, because I'm like, man, it was really good to see you, and you're like even cooler than I hoped you might be.
Insane thing to hear. I love you so much, man. hit me up. Listen, I'll play Mossbrow as many times as you let me. Let's
We're gonna
fucking
do that
it.
action figure though.
I want the bob. We need the big old bobblehead.
Yeah.
So much love. I'll say goodbye to all the awesome nerd fighters out there here at the Project for Awesome. Truly, truly magnificent and wonderful. And watching this community in action come together to make the world a better place. It's staggering. It is deeply humbling to be a part of this enormous effort. And all my love to all of you watching at home. And to everyone also that has worked to make this happen. So many great people behind the scenes that made this happen. Shout out to all of you as well. Tons of love. Pat, my friend, signing off. Tons of love.
I'll see you later.
Woo!
So they're asking if I want to do a featured video. I'm a little worried that by do you mean me pick one or we cut away to one? How about this? I'm here, I'm down for whatever. So if you want to flip the switch, just tell me you're flipping it, and I will either talk or not talk as the occasion demands. Okay. Then pull that trigger. Hey kids, let's do a show. I've got a place where we can go. It's in hustlin', bustlin' downtown St. Paul. And the World Theater is the name of the hall. I always default to I have like 3 or 4 songs that I always default to when I am starting up a stream or jumping into some sort of audio recording. Um hey everybody. What a treat. I know it's late on a Saturday. And so I expected to come in and fly solo. I certainly didn't expect Hank to still be around. I showed up a little early so I would get to listen to Brennan, who, I mean, that's just not me doing like chummy back slapping, let's all be friends because we sort of work in the same industry. For real, Brendan Lee Mulligan. I mean, you know what? I'll be straight up and I'll admit it on the internet. I'm a geek for him. I think everyone is, everyone is a geek for somebody. Now, you can enjoy someone's work. You can, you can appreciate what they do in the world. You can like somebody, you can love somebody. But then I think there are some people like you just can't be cool about it. And like for me, the one of those that I realized it was Neil Gaiman. For some reason, I had really idolized him long before I was ever published. And then I met him and I could not get over it. And then like I was going to get to play in a game with him. And I knew he was funny because I'd seen him at College Humor. But he stepped into that game and played a character to like off the cuff that was brilliant and touching and said things that were funny and said things that made me cry. And then also we entered combat and he did 260 points of damage in a single round. And I was planning on being the one who's good at D&D, right? I'm not a professional performer. I am the good D&Der. I have done it since back in the day of the Red Book. And so like he's funnier, he's more attractive, he's better at D&D. And despite this, I love him the most, and I'm a geek for him, and I can't be cool about it. I'm too much of a geek for him. But so, hey, everyone, welcome to my fan cast. This is just where we talk about how much we love Brendan Lee Mulligan and also Neil Gaiman. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Here's the thing. I jumped in, they put the new perk up that had TAC stuff in it. For those of you who know about my books, and maybe have read them, that's not really it. But TAC is a game that came up in my second book. And then Neil Gaiman didn't play D&D. You're conflating two separate stories. The games that I've played with Brendan Lee Mulligan are over on my YouTube channel or the YouTube channel of my charity, World Builders, because Brendan helps out with all the cool geek charities because he's lovely. I'm sure you know how Google works. You can make that happen. But apparently we sold out all of the TAC bundles. Years ago, I teamed up with James Ernest, who was desperate to make TAC. And because it's a game that I described in my books. And he's like, let me make TAC. And I'm like, no, because you can't. And if you did, nobody would care. And he's like, let me try. And if you don't like it, you can tell me to go screw myself. And I'm like, okay, cool. He did it. He came out. And those of you that were watching before, the Joko cruise, I was on the Joko cruise and so was he. And he cornered me and we sat down and we played it. And I was so angry because it was a good game. And I told him, I go, it's unreasonable for me to expect you to make a game that feels like as timeless and enduring as chess. And he came up with this game and it's so good. And then we kickstarted it. We made like $1 million and whatever. But since then we've put it back into print a bunch of times. But as part of the Kickstarter, which was ages ago, we produced a book because the Kickstarter was doing really well. This is the thing is, you don't need this many rules for TAC, but I'm like, it's a Pat Rothfuss related Kickstarter. And if you're into my books, then you're probably into lore. And because I have problems, I can't just do a little bit of a thing. So I've created the history of TAC and why the pieces have certain shapes, and we put it all in the book, and it's illustrated. If you can see that, it's illustrated by Nate Taylor. This game only came out through the Kickstarter, but we printed a bunch of extra and I kept them and we sell them in the store. I'm looking for another, so like they talk about the rules and Nate illustrated some stuff. There's the history of how TAC evolved into its current shape through history, through other cultures. So you can buy the game in your local game store. It's just TAC. It's in a box like a regular game. They might have to order it because maybe they don't have it on the shelf. But you can also order it online, or you can buy various fancy copies of it off we've done multiple editions, or we make like a fancy wooden board, or there was a fancy leather board in the Posh set that we put up, but that tier sold. So yeah, you can go buy TAC. There's a cloth board, the wooden pieces, signed copy of the book, and some of the metal capstones that we made. Takes a little bit of doing to get cast metal produced and not have it in a sweatshop in China, but we did it. Yeah. And I'll sign the book if that's worth anything to you. Now, if you've it's sold out again. Well, I guess I just put my hustle on. The thing is, I would throw a few more in. Those of you that were around for last year, I put up some signed books, and I kind of figured that anyone who wanted my signed books had already got them because it's been a long time. But they sold out, and I'm like, well, I'll give you some more books. And then those sold out, and then those sold out. But so we put in another 10, but those are sold out too. I worry if we sell, if I put in any more without confirming those numbers with the warehouse, like I might put the store in a bad place being able to fill those orders over at the World Builders store. So but what you can get that is a renewable resource, you can get it even if you live in far away, like not contiguous US states, so you don't have to pay for shipping. There's a digital perk that has Hank Green's original editorial manuscript, like the first draft of his book, that I went and he said, hey, do you want to tell me what you think? And so I wrote on it. And then I talked to him about it, and I gave him my thoughts and feelings. And I love talking with people about their books. So Well, here's the thing. You don't pay for shipping on Perks. Somebody pays. And I'm guessing, do you ship anywhere in the world? Like, I mean, I run a charity too, and it's hard to send something to Uzbekistan. But there's also a digital perk where you can get Hank's manuscript, and I wrote on it. And so you can see what sort of nonsense and I say when I'm making notes on someone else's manuscript. I think it's part of the big digital bundle, but apparently it is also its own perk. Some people donate to pay for shipping for other people. That's cool. That's happened over with us too. Like with the somebody at Wormwood who helped make TAC. They donated a game table, and they're like, we can give you the game table, but the shipping is really expensive. And so we're like, we'll cover that. But then somebody stepped in to donate. Geeks are good people, man. Y'all are good people. So remember, you can, if you want to kind of see how bad my handwriting is and see how a brilliant book like Hank's had a few rough bits early on. It's always nice for a writer to see that books don't spring fully formed from the heads of authors. So you can wander over that away and check out that digital perk. Or if you are seeking to free yourself from encumbrances, digital and otherwise, you can just donate too. That money does good work, makes the world a better place. So you're 12K away from passing the all-time Tiltify Indiegogo campaign. Is that for Project for Awesome? So you guys are well ahead of schedule. In that case, that's baller. Wow, that's great. That's great. 12K. I mean, I will admit that would be pretty cool if we hit it on my watch. But I don't know what I could dangle out in front of people that might make that happen. Yeah, I will admit I was going to come in and just do some Q&A and hang out with y'all. I was going to mention the tax stuff, and then if people had questions about games or whatever, I will admit I got lost in that cool conversation with Brennan, getting to talk about humor and story and how the brain works. That's my jam. So, what would y'all like to talk about here? Make a poll. I could do a poll. Sing or read? Dangle a poll. I'm so glad that you like that. I felt a little bad because Hank was in there like hustling and dancing and making good jokes, and I'm like, let's talk about how the brain works. Let me bring the tone of this like way down. Pills do great for money. I agree. Pat, I tagged you in an updated humor meme on Twitter. I sense that you have intended this as a favor. I just don't know though. I think I might be too old for memes. Dangle a book drop hint. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you guys enjoyed that. Have I read an audiobook of my books? I actually read Slow Regard, kind of the weird little, book. I did do the audio for that. People keep saying, can you do story time? Can you do story time? What did I read last time? I'm curious. I mean, Brennan joked about Fugue State, but like I'll come on to a stream and I'll hang out with the chat and just have a good time. And then later on, I do not know if I don't know if I remember it. Yeah, I'm here at least until the top of the hour, and then I'm going to make space for who's next. Oh, a lot of people loving on Sloat. Oh, I read Ferdinand. Yeah. Yeah, Ferdinand, man, that my mom read that to me when I was little. She always said that she thought of me as her Ferdinand because Ferdinand was just gentle, and I was always baffled by the other kids and the other boys who wanted a rough house, and I'm like, I just want to chill out, man, and read my books. Rosianna is the next. Rosianna is after me does sound a little bit like a threat. Winnie the Pooh. But yeah, I don't read Name of the Wind or Wise Man's Fear because being an audio narrator is a real job which people have real skill at, and I am not that. But when I wrote Slow Regard, that was I wonder if I have a copy within arm's reach here. That was a shorter book, and I thought I could read this. I was feeling pretty good. Oh, here, I've got a Hebrew copy. Can't read that. Yeah. But I went in and I read it, and I sat down in the booth, and they had a really great audio producer there. And that is sitting there in the booth on the clock is where I realized that you can read a 5-word sentence about 18 different ways. And I started to sweat. Yeah. Oh, Slow Regard got you through a really rough hospital stay once. You'd love a bedtime story. Reading Cyrano. Boy, I know I don't have a paper copy of Cyrano here. All my books are in disarray. And it probably is contributing at least like 30% of my poor mental health. Is the fact that I haven't had my books in order in years. What could I read? So how about this? Do people want me to read a thing? I would also answer questions. This is I have an oracular impulse. Any question that you ask, I can answer. I mean, if you are going to read Cyrano de Bergerac, please, 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 I'm not going to read Hebrew. I don't speak or read Hebrew. I would read a different copy of Slow Regard in English, to be clear. Okay. Reading If We Reach a Goal is what I'm seeing. So, I mean, I would, what do we think a reasonable goal is for? I would take a minute, and I'm pretty sure there's one on the shelf back there. I would grab a copy of Slow Regard. And I recently read that to my boys on a lark, and they ended up really surprisingly liking it. Because to be fair, it's a book where nothing happens. but it kind of doesn't it doesn't happen beautifully. I could make it a perk. The thing is, I reading an entire, there's like 40-50 pages to The Princess and Mr. Whiffle. There's a poll for reading versus singing. See, I can't see a poll. I've got the chat popped out. I should. Oh, here we are. Oh no, I can see my own face and it's awful. So what so what should we set this goal at? Are we currently only 7.5 away from breaking the record? Oh, the poll is on Tiltify. I was looking at YouTube. Oh God. If you know what, I'm not going to click on a bunch of links because that's all I need is to be the only person on here right now. And oh, love a poem. How about this? You know, I will throw out, I happen to have, or I had it open here. I feel a little basic. Because I love Robert Frost so much, but dude knew how to write, man. So how about this? This one's free, folks. But how about this? I'm going to read a poem and then I'm going to answer some questions. So here's the thing, though. Right now, I'm looking at the poem. I'm not looking at chat. So if you ask your question now, you done took your shot and you threw away your shot. So don't throw away your shot. Wait till I'm done reading the poem. And then I'll say, hey, and then I'll do some questions. And then we'll, you know, let's set a goal. And if we hit that before the end of my time, we got a whole half an hour here, then I will read a piece of Slow Regard. Does that sound good? Frost taught at your college. Dang. Sing some Hamilton. Dang. Oh, that's a tall order. Okay, so here we go. I think I can't remember why I was talking about this and I read it. But here we have after apple picking. This isn't the right time of year for it. This is an autumn poem, but man, it's still wonderful. My long two-pointed ladder's sticking through a tree toward heaven still, and there's a barrel that I didn't fill beside it, and there may be 2 or 3 apples I didn't pick upon some bough, but I am done with apple picking now. Essence of winter sleep is on the night, the scent of apples I am drowsing off. I cannot rub the strangeness from my sight I got from looking through a pane of glass I skimmed this morning from the drinking trough and held against the world of hoary grass. It melted and I let it fall and break, but I was well upon my way to sleep before it fell, and I could tell what form my dreaming was about to take. That's some writing right there, folks. Magnified apples appear and disappear, stem end and blossom end, and every fleck of russet showing clear. My instep arch not only keeps the ache, it keeps the pressure of a ladder round. I feel the ladder sway as the boughs bend, and I keep hearing from the cellar bin the rumbling sound of load on load of apples coming in. For I have had too much of apple picking. I am overtired of the great harvest I myself desired. There were 10,000 fruit to touch, cherish in hand, lift down and not let fall. For all that struck the earth, no matter if not bruised or spiked with stubble, went surely to the cider apple heap, as of no worth. One can see what will trouble this sleep of mine. Whatever sleep it is, were he not gone, the woodchuck could say whether it's like his long sleep, as I describe it coming on, or just some human sleep. Man, I will say this, even if you are a writer, and I'm not talking down to anyone here, you do not know the amount of skill it takes to write something that beautiful and intricate, that does not sound fancy. It doesn't sound lyrical. There is more wordcraft and more intention to sound and syllable in this poem than you will read in entire other novels. You know, I always feel like, boy, how basic, Robert Frost. Then I read one of his poems and I'm like, we still read this dude for a reason. God, I gotta stop looking at it. Sometimes you read a thing and all you can think is, man, I will never write something as good as that. Just be glad it's in the world. Happiness is not got by comparing yourself to other people. Looking at the chat again. I mean, Spaghetti here says, I've never been one who understands poetry well, but sometimes just the right vibe like this, they hit me. There is a bad fashion in poetry for a long while to make poems really opaque and have a bunch of footnotes, and there to be a bunch of Latin and a bunch of literary references, and that is some bullshit. The best poems are like a fist in the heart, not in the heart, fist in fist. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we had a bunch of beautiful words and now all my words are bad. All my words are bad and they're clunking and falling down. Would you consider putting up some signed non-English language editions of your book as perks? Yeah, I would consider that, but there's no good way for me to do that on the fly without putting the Project for Awesome People in a bad place. And right now, even if and they roll with it here. Like if I said, yeah, throw up, I mean, so long as the other language is Spanish, I could absolutely put some of those up. But all the rest of those are in the store to support, they're literally in inventory for the World Builders Market. And so if I say, oh yeah, I know we have at least 2 Portuguese copies, that's a dick move for me to do without clearing that with the other people. Um, there we go. For the next project for Awesome, we could do something like that. Do I by any chance have a podcast? Having a podcast with somebody is my love language. I mean, I did a podcast in the past, and I've been on podcasts. I guessed onto a fair number of podcasts to talk about whatever. I have a semi-reoccurring role in Campaign Skyjacks, a beautiful actual play podcast by James D'Amato. Wonderful world. It's one of my favorite things. So I'm there playing a character. In the regular one shot, I did a 6-episode arc with them too, where we played a game called Kids on Bikes. Yeah, I'm kind of all over. I should probably have like a list somewhere of all of the little guest bits that I've done on various podcasts. Yeah, I've done I mean, I'm on my own, I have my own Twitch stream. You can show up there, and I do this at least once a week on Fridays. My Twitch stream feels like a podcast. Yeah, it's not very, oh man, me and Brennan having a podcast would be my favorite thing ever. Taz versus Critical Role is a false dichotomy. If I could read one genre for the rest of my life, fantasy. Everything worthwhile ever written is in the fantasy genre. All the best Shakespeare, every religious text. Oh boy. No, I feel I'm stirring the turd now. Starting to fight just to get a rise out of people. Lest I stray into the realm of tweaking people's noses, which is not polite to do, not on my own stream where people sort of don't know when I'm making a joke. Yeah, of course I want to do everything. I want to live in a tree fort with Brennan and do a podcast with him, and we'll and we'll eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and we'll watch Ghostbusters, and it'll be, well, not Ghostbusters. We'll watch Encanto, and we'll sing along with all of our favorite parts, and we'll be best friends forever. But like, does the world really need, this is what I think. As soon as I start to do a podcast, you know what I think? Does the world really need another white guy running his goddamn mouth? I mean, there's plenty of that out there. You can't, go for a walk without tripping and falling over 4 goddamn podcasts by some white guy who really thinks his opinion is important. I don't want to be that guy. I mean, I am that guy, but I try to not be it more than I already am, right? Encanto though, right? That's my boy. That's Lin-Manuel Miranda. You know what? My boys are like, there's a great movie. It's Encanto. Let's watch it. I'm like, okay. Normally I want to show you a show, but show me your show. And we're watching it. I'm like, I'll watch a Disney flick. That's fine. And we're watching it. And I'm like, this is good. And I'm like, but why didn't they bring in Lin-Manuel for this? Like, this would be his jam. This is beautiful. And then I hear some of the music, and then I'm like, oh, wow. I'm not saying this person is good as Lin, but dang, there's somebody in there. They're swinging for the fences with this. And I'm listening, and I'm like, are they biting on Lin's style a little bit here? And then it gets to the end of the movie, and the credits come up. And I see story by, and then Lin's name, and then Lin's name is for the music. And I'm like, and I shout like Archimedes coming out of the bathtub. And because I was just so full of joy. And apparently I live under a rock because everyone else knew that Lynn was involved with that and I didn't. But oh, it was so good. It was so good. It was so good. I've been meaning to just like ping him and tell him what a fountain of joy that movie is for everyone. Everyone who I've tried to tell about Encanto, all of my friends already know about it. They're like, it's all we listen to. It's all we watch. We've watched it 8 times. So if you haven't watched Encanto, watch that. No. We don't talk about Bruno. Have I been on TBH before? I do not know. Oh my God. Pat is the perfect mix between Plato and Jack Black. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Holding. I hope that this is the right YouTube link. But now that is the best, maybe the best. Oh boy. I'm going to really fight the urge. Oop, there's a tweet. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Although I'd prefer to be halfway between Socrates and Jack Black, or Diogenes. I mean, I'd like to be Socrates, but I'm more a Diogenes. The huge amount of lore scares me. Is any of your books a good starting point? I mean, I haven't written that many books. It's Name of the Wind. Start with Name of the Wind. If you get 60 pages in and you don't like it, stop, because if you don't like it by then, you won't like it at all. A lot of people like it just off the first page. So yeah, if you like the first page, if that's your jam, and if you're still, hold on, have I heard the Euripides joke? I don't know if I have heard the Euripides joke. Okay, now I shouldn't be surprised with this late night chat for Project for Awesome, but everyone's like, hell yeah, Diogenes. And I'm like, this is why I like doing Project for Awesome, because this feels kind of like my chat over on Twitch, where I throw out what I feel is a semi-opaque reference and I kind of skate off of it because I'm not here to just like reference things that people who aren't into like weird Socratic contemporary philosophers and people who are out of fashion 2,000 years ago. And y'all are here for it. But when you call yourself Diogenes, all I can imagine is you sleeping in random public spaces. I mean, I was a student for more than a decade, so yes. Okay, an ancient Greek playwright walks to the tailor, and the tailor looks at him and asks, Euripides, that's a good joke. Oh man. I mean, Melody, even without mending the pants, I mean, it's still a very good joke. It's still a very good joke. And I like it. You did. You did good. And the man responds to the tailor, Eumenides. Marcus, gold star, Marcus. Oh, is that the next line of the joke? Or because I was giving you credit for coming up with that off the dome. Okay, everybody else. Okay, that's no. I thought that was the whole joke, and the fact that there was more is very good. It is your joke if you're telling it. I love, oh my God, I love that joke. Who can I tell that joke to? My kids won't get it. We haven't done Greek theater yet. My boys are into Sisyphus though. Yeah, that is an amazing joke. Okay, so the clock is ticking, folk. Did we set sort of a goal where I was going to read a thing? Or did I sort of suggest that we should, but we didn't actually? I mean, the problem is if I'm going to teach them Greek theater, it's going to be Aristophanes, and then they still won't get the joke. Eumenides. That's I don't know why that is funny, but it is. Yeah, we've talked about, I can't, was it Kant or was it Wittgenstein? He had the philosophy of we must imagine Sisyphus happy. And so I've talked about that with my boys. We talk about a lot of stuff. The goal was the 10K. Yeah. So how close are we to that 10K goal? I mean, in what way are my boys into Sisyphus? I mean, in most ways. I mean, Sisyphus is a baller. That my joke was funny too. Sisyphus is a baller. Okay, no, I thought about it again. That's not a great joke. Was that Camus? Okay, thank you. Camus said, we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Halfway between Jack Palak and Sisyphus. I'm running D&D in 8 hours. What's one thing I should include in the session? They just got to a farming community. In the game that I just played, or rather, it was the game right before the last one I just played with Brennan, who is on here. We almost had a TPK, which those of you who are not, hold on, wait, I got to put on my glasses so I can push them up. No, I can't. For those of you that are not OG gamers, a TPK typically stands for total party, Jesus fuck, total party kill. However, we had a much better TPK, which is total party kiss, where some of these characters got real horny for each other, and it was great, you know. And a lot of people would be like, oh, but kissing in your D&D, isn't that weird? No, it's not. Just let me say, no, it's not. You just gotta realize that if you're playing a game when it's more acceptable to stab somebody than it is to kiss them, You got to re-examine your priorities and what you assume is culturally normal. Somebody here saying, if I do a $200 donation for the crest, do I also get the digital download bundle? Can somebody help them out with that question? Total party kiss. That's a way more impressive goal than total party kill. Right? Right? Okay. We're currently there. And the record 209. Okay, so we're about, looks like 8,000 away. And I have 10 minutes left on my shift. There's two versions of the Name of the Wind audiobook. One of them, I would be surprised if there was only 8 minutes difference between the UK and the US versions. Yeah, if in the Indiegogo, you have to kind of, you can, unlike Kickstarter, you can buy multiple perks. Okay, physical perks do not include the download bundle. Okay, thanks everybody. And just a reminder, the digital download bundle has Hank Green's manuscript, the original manuscript. And he said he was going to put that up, the first draft of it, as part of the bundle, but he realized that because he had a computer thing, he didn't have a copy other than the paper copy that I printed out, read, and made notes on when I was giving him some feedback on that draft. So so that is the thing, that if you're curious about how books sort of change and grow as they move through drafts, or if you're a writer yourself and you kind of want to see how I give notes, or if you just want to feel better about your own penmanship, you can jump on that perk. So we are, clock is ticking. Under 10, or about $7,500. So all I have to do is think of a really good perk I can have them throw up for $7,500, right? I mean, paper notes are, I mean, a book is technology that is so stable that people don't even realize it's a technology. All y'all Kindling and whatever, fine, whatever, good for you. I guarantee this book will still work in 10 years. No one's gonna like pull your license for it. Never runs out of batteries. If it gets wet, it will dry out. So yeah, that's right. Paper all the way. Give us the total party kiss. Oh boy, I could probably flip a favor ring in there for $10,000. Yeah. I'd be hesitant. I can't throw a favor ring up in this charity on the cuff. I don't want, because they don't have the text for it, and I don't want anyone buying a favor ring unless they have been sort of fully briefed on the nature of this. But you know what? You could, how about this? If you've been waiting and you're like, well, maybe I'll donate later. Oh, I want to see what perks are coming up. You could just donate now, because then you would know that you're one of the ones that helped close the gap to make this a record-breaking year for Project for Awesome. A video of me reading the dictionary. So if you've been holding back, or if you're not sure, this is the time. Jump on in. You can buy a little something and go have a looky-loo at the Indiegogo. You can grab yourself a little something, do a little shopping, or buy yourself a present, and rest assured that you are helping to make the world a better place. Random question. Do I know what the word count is for Name of the Wind? I do, even after all these years. It was 254,000 words. Aw, Flash of the Flood. Thank you. Thank you for donating. Whitney, I think we are closing in. We are like $7,000 away from this being the biggest ever Tiltify Indiegogo total that Project for Awesome has done. Someone had an idea of reviewing a manuscript of a certain length. I do auction those off too, but I do tend to, I either do those as a lottery. I do one as a lottery and one as an auction. But yeah, reading and critiquing a manuscript is a job of work, so that tends to be thousands of dollars. And I also have to be careful not to throw a bunch of those out there, because it's sort of like, well, I guess I'm gonna guess this is my next 4 days is reading a book and making notes and then talking to somebody on the phone. That's, I can't do that a lot. Sorry, it's not that I don't love the charity, but I've got to be smarter about my time. I'm a dad. Says I have my time for my boys. I also have video games to play. Yeah, good job. Get them dice. Get that confetti. It's so much easier to know how long it'll take you to read with a word count. That's a reasonable estimate. I don't think speed of read is really firmly tied to word count. It's somewhat, but not entirely. Don't start with me in NFTs. I will be dead and in hell before I ever do an NFT. Another poll for Total Party Kill or Total Party Kiss. Oh, socks. What am I reading right now? I'm listening to Ben Aronovich's I think the 8th book in his Rivers of London series. I do more audiobooks than reading off the page these days. You know, I haven't gotten around to read This Is How You Lose the Time War. I own 2 copies. My friends loved it, but I haven't read it yet. Funge that token. All my tokens are fungible, people. You read The Locked Tomb partly on my recommendation. The Locked Tomb. What is that book? Have I been sleep blurbing books again? Oh, less than 6K to go, everyone. NA asks, should I read Discworld or Earthsea? And the answer is both. Start with Earthsea. It's shorter, and there's a lot of Discworld, so you'll be busy with that for a while. See, these questions are easy. Hit me. How long did it take for you to make money online? That do I look like a Nigerian prince to you? Tamsin Muir. I didn't know that series was called The Locked Tomb. I was thinking, I mean, that was just like Gideon the Ninth and then Harrow. But no, those are amazing. Yeah, absolutely recommended. Character sheets for 200. I don't know what character sheet implies. I don't know. Have I read the Dune books? No one has read all of the Dune books. Some people lie and say that they have. But everyone stops at some point before they get to the end of the series. Hey, Pat, look at the Zoom chat. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I've been reading chat here. It probably says, Pat, you have to stop talking. Your time is done. Sorry, everyone. You're engaging conversationalists. Thanks so much for having me, everybody. Thank you, mods and people running the show, for tolerating my rambly discourse. Get in there, folks. Do that donation. Make the world a better place. It's been lovely hanging out with you.
you. I am just refreshing absolutely everything. We are so close to having raised $1.5 million on the Tiltify, which is amazing. Currently, you've raised 1.485. Let's do numbers again. Currently, you've raised 1,485,000. I don't know. Okay, hang on. You've raised $1,485,205.69. Nice, on the Tiltify. And then with the matching funds, it is an even more astonishing $2,698,127.69. Great, yay! Yay! Hello, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, I'm wearing this because it's actually Project for Awesome's quinceañera. We've got Winnie the Pooh, who, like, you know, he has moved, he has wandered lonely as a cloud over there to behind us so that he can take part. I also brought a couple of other friends along with us as well. Oh, we're 4,800 away from breaking the crowdfunding record. Incredible, 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 incredible. Why the crown? Because it's a fiesta, baby. We're in the final stretch of the Project for Awesome. There's so much going on. I'm just gonna look through the rewards to see whether there's been some more overnight chaos, which is always my favorite. But actually, so far, the perks all look quite normal, considering the overnight chaos. Like Hank's confetti, sure, but that's all gone now. Coasters. I don't know, the perks look normal, which often they don't at this time in the morning. So that's great. Every time I see the AFC Wimbledon game perk, I'm really excited because I'm going to that as well. That's on March 26th. If you can come see AFC Wimbledon with me and a bunch of nerd fighters and a box seat ticket, so I think it'll be really, really good fun. Trivia nights, there's all sorts, loads of stuff going on. The perks are normal, the bean-filled corn dog wasn't. Yikes. Okay, there's so many. I definitely think we will get to $3 million. I know that I am an ambitious person with ambitious goals, but yes, I am on for 4 hours. Yeah, I think we should do some self-care bunnies, actually. Hang on. Would you like, hang on, sorry. Chaos was verbal, not perked. How's your voice? It's gravelly. It's gravelly. It feels like I've been on a weekend rager, but the rager is a Project for Awesome. We can make it to 3 mil. Yeah, we can do this. There's always a boost at the end. Feels so weird to see daylight. Okay, we are adding some self-care bunnies. That is going to be behind the scenes. You know what we need is what we need is a poll, because we know the magic of polls. So get thinking about some polls. Oh, this is just lemonade, by the way. Okay. So I think we need some goals. It's all right if you need to sleep. Pooh is behind me. Pooh, you might not be able to recognize him as a cloud, but he is behind me. I don't know if we still have any matching funds for the second part yet. Oh, we have matching donors for this hour to thank, though. So I'd like to thank Ananya Anonymous from Glasgow. Anonymous Glasgow. Gareth Morgan, Jasmine from Washington, DC, and Anonymous. Not necessarily from Glasgow, but not from Glasgow. Okay, hang on. We've all been on that weekend raging with you. Definitely. Well, I don't really feel like tea right now. I feel like lemonade, and I know that lemonade is not good for my voice because it has sugar, but it's tasty and it's party fun. All right, what was I gonna do? Oh, goals. I need goals. That's me to a T. Oh, I missed dog o'clock. We'll get the next dog o'clock. Okay, goals. So we're really encroaching on 2.7 milli. Oh wait, so to get 3 million, we need to raise 300,000 in the next 6 hours. You know what? Stranger things have happened. Oh no, I'm sorry you had the stomach flu. That's awful. Oh, okay. Paul, self-care bunny at quinceañera or poo at quinceañera. Is that something that I'm going to draw? Should I make that into like a print? Okay, that's quite a good poll actually. Whether you want a drawing of or painting, whatever, or self-care bunny at quinceañera or poo at quinceañera, and then I can illustrate that live. But in the interim, we are putting up some self-care bunnies in general. But right now, you can also get my digital perks, which if you go to projectforce.com/donate, you will see are currently featured. I'm doing a Knight's Tale commentary with Lex. John and I are doing a podcast about the Babysitters Club, specifically the saddest book in the world, which is Claudia and the Sad Goodbye. I'm writing a murder mystery about Winnie the Pooh. And all three of those will be in the digital download bundle, which is at $60. And we're also just adding some self-care buns as well. I think there's going to be 10 of them. All right, so goals. Good focus, Rosianna. Goals. Part 2. All right. Oh, okay. Bring back 3 poo stories option for 3 million. All right. 3 million. The poo. Trilogy. If you weren't with us yesterday, so basically I'm writing one short story about Winnie the Pooh, and you all picked the genre yesterday, but there were also a couple of other options. There was a sci-fi Winnie the Pooh story and a romance story, and I said that if we hit a certain goal yesterday before I handed over, then I would write all 3. So this time I'm going to say 3 million, and I will write all 3 Pooh Bear stories. So that's 1. 3 million means averaging about 43,000 for the next 6.7 hours, which is tough to do but possible. Yeah, that's the kind of energy that we like. It's not going to be before I hand over to John, but it's going to be before the end. Okay. I wish I could justify the Nerdfighter crest wall hanging. I just started my puzzle again. I think watching the numbers go up and tiltify is the only way I ever really understand large numbers. Okay, so we've got 10 self-care bunnies up and featured. I will draw you specifically a self-care bunny. You can also even, it says in the description, Rosianna will draw you a fox, but actually it's a bunny. It's just trickery. And those are at $200. So if you want to make a slightly larger one, you get a slightly larger donation fee for that. But we also have some lower cost perks. And of course, an important thing to do today is to vote at projectforawesome.com. So that is absolutely free. If you go to projectforawesome.com, watch some videos and vote. Wow, you've done double the number of voting from when I left you last time. We're at 60,585 votes. So do take some time to go to projectforawesome.com, scroll down to the bottom where it says all videos. You can sort by category, you can sort by charity, or you can just have a look through. So yeah, have a watch, and you can vote on the page when you click on a video and you go to the right and you click vote. Less than 1,000 to go and we'll hit 2.7 million, which is unbelievable. That is about to happen at projectforawesome.com. So when you count all of the matching funds, so that's very exciting. I've even got, I don't know if they'll show up, I've got some sparklers. I really went for all the party stuff I could find. So we can celebrate that. That's very exciting. I'm doing this alone. It's all me. I think it's all me, unless my friends come and crash the party, but I'm pretty sure it's all me. Let's have a look. Okay. My slot is 4 hours long. I love how many of you are puzzling. This is great. Okay, we're really close to 1.5 million on the Tiltify. So I feel like we should have a big goal for 1.5 million on Tiltify. I'm just going to write that out. 1.5 million. Tiltify. Oh, okay. 1.5 million on Tiltify. I'll paint my face with something of your choice. That is, PG. Tiltify. Face. Paint. And then we are closer still. Yes, Ileha, that's right. We're even closer still to 1.49 on the Tiltify. 1.49. It's fun writing the word million after everything because it's just so much silly money. Yeah, we just need to have some all right, okay, well, I'm just gonna put that out there, and then you can in the chat let me know what you would like to do for the $1.49 million mark, which we're currently at $1,486,636. Zileha reports that the poll is up for whether I should draw. Oh, fairy bread is a good idea. Oh, I don't know if I have. Well, first of all, I don't have bread. Second of all, I don't have. I don't think I have any sprinkles. Fairy bread face? Was that what I did? Fairy bread face? Let me know in the comments. Paint dancing ants on your face. Goal to get Rosianna to play charades to save her voice. Yeah, it's fine. Dance party, dolphins, etc. Okay, well, there's a poll is up at projectforawesome.com/donate. Is it? Hang on. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That's great. Hang on. I just kept refreshing it. Oh no, I'm doing something too power. I've got too much power. I'm logged in and it just takes you to a different page. Here we go. I did do fairy bread face. Okay, fairy bread face. Let me double check they've got sprinkles. Oh, the poll is up. Okay, so the poll is up, so you can decide whether I should draw Pooh at a quinceañera or Bunny at a quinceañera. So you can go for that. Fairy bread face, it's up now. Poll the options. Peanut butter and googly eyes face. Any chance of a tarot reading this year? Oh yeah, that can be another goal. That's a good one. Okay, so I'm going to check that I have sprinkles and then I'll be right back. One sec. Okay, unfortunately, I have no sprinkles and I have no butter. So fairy bread face unfortunately cannot happen. But, oh, we're at 2.7 million. Yay! Cheers. Oh my God, that's amazing. Congratulations to all of you. You all did it. Yeah, generic chat tarot reading. That's great. I like that for 1.4749. Tarot. Perfect. Yay! That's so exciting. Okay, hang on. Let me put this. Oh, I wonder if that can. No, you can't see that. I can sort of see that over here. Kinda. Oh my God, that's so exciting. 1.7 million. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, hang on. Well, I'm like, what do I have? We have some party poppers. So much money. Oh. I don't know if that even looked like it was celebratory. It just looked like it was attacking me. And then it didn't even unfurl. Come on, man. Maybe these ones are better. I didn't realize I had a stash of party poppers. I'm really like becoming John. All right, let's try again. Also, why is this not coming out? Oh, well, that was better, but I feel like it sort of burst my eardrum a little bit. But yeah, as Naomi says, what an amazing opportunity to help so many organizations in amounts that will be so impactful, and it's so true. And this one came out with little stars, which is just lovely. I think my neighbor's going to be like, what the heck is going on down there? A says, I'm so sad I forgot to put money in my prepaid card before the weekend. Remember a couple of things. First of all, the Project for Awesome Tiltify will be up for a couple of days past the Project for Awesome. But second, remember that it's not just about the money. I know we celebrate the money goals because it is huge and it's such a massive achievement, but it is also about all of us coming together for a couple of days and just collectively celebrating good works and focusing our energy together on good stuff and learning about new charities and voting as well, being a very big important one for today. So yeah, remember to vote at projectforwaston.com for the charities that you would like to win a portion of the second half funds. That one looked better on stream. Great. Okay, so it's all about these ones. It's all about these celebration poppers. I always think it's very lovely that Americans call them champagne poppers. I'm like, oh, that's very fancy, very fancy. How's the poll going? Okay, so currently Pooh is in the lead for what I should draw, the Pooh quinceañera rather than the bunny quinceañera. So yes, definitely keep voting. I think that we should close that particular poll at kitty time, which is of course 36 minutes past the hour. Yeah, so that's a good one. Enjoy your art homework, Lola. Meg recommends the digital download bundle. This chat is so lovely. Should we set voting goals? Now, okay, I don't know if this is a little bit too ambitious, but I'm wondering whether we can get to 100,000 votes by the time I hand it over to John in 3.5 hours. Let me know what you think about that. Man, the webcams are really out there on the lives. Yeah, party poppers. Okay, great. Celebration poppers. So many types of poppers. This is Ridiana. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Great. Lovely. Lovely. All right. How are we doing in terms of numbers? So I just keep looking at that 2.7 million raised on projectforawesome.com. It's very good. If you're wondering what the perks are, they're at projectforawesome.com/donate. And we are closing in on $1.49 million, at which point I will do a tarot reading for the chat. And currently in the lead for what I should draw is Pooh at his quinceañera, but Bunny Quinceañera is also closing in at $240 to $263, so it's pretty close. I just wanted to thank some recent donors. Royu says best wishes. Let's start again. I just want to thank some recent donors. Royu says best wishes. Paige says, doesn't say anything but donated. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Pikahe. Thank you, Prue, who says love you all. First ever donation. Thank you, Prue. Thank you, Nibs, who says happy P4A. Charlotte, weird robot cat, smiley face. Thank you, Nia. Thank you, or Nee. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Joe, who says I love you all. Thank you, Jason, Rachel, Baraka, Dano, Anonymous, Lotta, Laurie Doodle, Rob, Heather, who says I love self-care bunnies so much. Ariana, Francis, Mel, Jess, Amy, Anonymous, Katie, Sharon, Hattie, Rob, Anonymous, Anonymous, Alicia, Helmut, Amanda, Dano, Helmut, Builder, Anonymous, Gary, Kaylin. Francisca, Anonymous, who says this is the first project for Awesome I have watched, but I definitely stayed up late watching, so the sticker is perfect. Ozan, Martina, who says first time I'm able to donate. This was such an amazing community and I'm so glad to be part of it. Heather, who says good morning, Rosianna, and lovely chat. Let's break records. Buona quinceañera. Emmy, who says thank you for another amazing P4A. Lots of love to the whole Nerdvote area and DFTBA. So yeah, very exciting. Zuleha says if Pooh and I'm reading this as a comment, but it's just on the behind the scenes chat, so thank you to everyone who's helping out with the Project Awesome, which literally would not exist without everyone's help. Zuleha asks if Pooh Quinceañera wins, will that still be a bunny perk? Yeah, so I'm going to do self-care bunnies, like individual self-care bunnies, and those are available at $200 right now at projectawesome.com/donate. And then I'm also going to do this separate drawing of either Pooh or a bunny quinceañera, and that will be, maybe we can make that available as a print, perhaps, whatever wins. And then we can also do the original. Who knows? I'm chaos. I just add new packs all the time. All right. There's lots of mod appreciation. Yeah, thank you to the mods. Listen, this hair did used to be pink. All these bits at the bottom were all pink, but it's been a busy week, so I haven't been able to top up my pink yet, but they will be pink again soon. They will be pink again soon. I could even re-pink live if you would like. I will I will let you know. So we are currently at 1.48 on the project on the Tiltify. Wow, Pooh Quinceañera just raced ahead. Is currently at $768 to Bunny's $355. That just burst ahead. So the people have spoken so far. We've got 6 more minutes until the poll closes. Yeah, there is also hope for the coaster. There's hope for the coaster, but probably, oh yeah, repinking could be a goal. I like how you guys think of goals all the time. How much time is left to get to 3 mil? I think there's a countdown on projectawesome.com. I'm going to use that. That's when the live stream ends, which is 6.5 hours. So yeah. The struggle for those of us with bright hair, indeed. Repink. Yeah. What goal should we do for that? Oh, we just crossed $2.701 million. Incredible stuff. I'm gonna put a jumper on. It's really cold in this room. Where did I put my jumper? I thought I brought it in here, so I was like all prepared. Oh, it's on my door. It's on my door. All right. If we get to 3 million, I will legit schedule my next tattoo to occur ASAP. What's your next tattoo going to be? That's the real question. Oh, I should take this off first. Oh. We are a goal-oriented community. We really are. Like, it really says a lot about the kinds of ways that we motivate ourselves, to be honest. Oh, everyone talking about their self-care bunny coaster. Yeah, mine is also right here underneath my water that I bought in case of watercolors. In case of watercolors, it's almost like in case of fires, in case of watercolors. You should do self-care bunny t-shirts and posters and really all the things. I did do posters. I don't know if they're still available at dftba.com, but I think they are. So you can get a poster. But yeah, t-shirts and stuff as well, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Like, I think sometimes it feels like there's more demand than there actually is, and we don't want to like overproduce. So yeah, but maybe we could do like a pre-order and see. Oh, there's flooding where you are. I hope you're okay. Well, a blanket is quite a good idea though. 2 small tattoos. One was the P4A logo, the other was a drawing from the Chronicles of Narnia, the Island of Dreams. Love that. Oh no, I missed a chat. Oh, great. Can we do that after kitty time, please? Thank you. So we're going to do, the poll is going to close in 3 minutes. So if you want to get your vote in about whether I should draw the Pooh quinceañera or the bunny quinceañera is creeping up towards Pooh at this point, then please do vote at projectforautism.com/donate. You can see 2 buttons, one for rewards and one for polls. And then at kitty time, I will add another kitty to my kitty illustrations, and then we will watch a video after that, and that is what we are going to do. We're getting really close to 1,488,966.91 is where we're at right now. So we're getting really close to 1.49 million on the Tiltify, which is when I also do a tarot. So I think it's going to be a busy little half an hour. There's just a lot of things to do. Oh, hi Taffy, welcome. There was a marriage proposal. I did not know that. Someone proposed with the Dynanauts. Oh god, that's like the perfect proposal. I cannot, but like Destin is such an incredible fundraiser as well. It's just unreal. Oh man, I really want to be proposed to with the Dynanauts. Self-care bunny tea blend. Oh yeah, she's got to get more tea blends in. It's actually not a bad idea. It's actually a pretty good idea. Listen, we can't what's the word? What am I trying to say? One pug at a time. Oh, wow. Okay, so Bunny has overtaken at this point. We've got under a minute left, and Bunny is at $872. Pooh is at $778. So it's getting really close. And we are under $100 away, under $1,000 away from 1.49 million. So it's getting really, really close. We're almost at kitty time. There is just, it's very close. We have less than $600 to beat the record. Coming. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're at 1,489. Amazing. Oh my god, it's even closer now. There's $20 in it, and it is kitty time. All right, who's the winner? Bunny at the quinceañera is the is the winner, I believe, at this crunch time. So thank you to everyone who has voted in the poll. The poll is now closed. Bunny at quinceañera is what I will be drawing. Happy kitty time. It is indeed kitty time. We are 756 One park at a time isn't how we'll cross 1.5 million. Listen, it's how I'll keep things in order in my brain. I think we have a guest cat appearance, potentially. Hopefully. There's Nando. Is that Nando? Yeah. Oh. No, it's not Nando, is it? I literally can't tell right now. Hang on. Oh, it's Bean, Beatrice Bean. Okay, so this is a different cat from yesterday. This is Beatrice Bean, who's such a cutie. Hello. Happy kitty time to all who celebrate. We love kitty time. Okay, so it's time for me to draw another kitty. I should do a little kitty quinceañera. But if you weren't here yesterday, every kitty time I drew a different kitty. This was yesterday's, and there was a perk of the kitty illustrations. Yeah, Nando is grey. The way Heather, people want to know how Nando got his name. If you could share that with me. Where did I put my silver pencil? I've got kitty time trending. This is very difficult when I can't find my silver pencil. Oh no. Well, we'll get a video featured and then I'll find my silver pencil while we do that. But what did Taha do this time? I did recover from my sandwich. I got about 75% through, but the Haribo steak was too much for me. Oh no. Okay. Nando was named after Fernando by ABBA because I got her the week of Mamma Mia too. Brilliant. We love it. We love it. Good morning, Lex. So we are going to watch a featured video together. Remember that this is the second half of the Project for Awesome, where your votes are so crucial because they help us. Well, they decide essentially where the money from the second half goes. So we're all going to go to projectforawesome.com and watch the featured video there, and then projectforawesome.com/featured rather, and then we'll come back here and do some tarot, probably. And then, no, that's me.
We don't all have a voice to express ourselves. Ciudad Bolivar, one of the poorest neighborhoods in Bogota, Colombia, and South America, most children don't have the means to express their potential or creativity. Illiteracy rates are increasing and crime rates are the highest in Bogota. Life can be hard for us, but Biblioteca de la Creatividad has planted a seed of hope and happiness. For me, the Biblioteca
my audio having been on, so you could probably hear me rustling around for my pencil. Very exciting stuff. How are the numbers doing? There are so many incredible charities, I just can't. Well, you can vote for as many charities as you want. Just remember that you can only vote once. We're getting very close to the tarot amount, so I should really get on with, oh no, is my mic still off? I can't tell sometimes. There is just a delay because of the delay between the chat and this. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but it's all good. Don't worry. It's all just running a little bit slow. So it's Sunday morning patience, but the producers are on it, particularly Zuleika this morning. I'm glad there's not a set limit of votes because the videos are always amazing. So true, so true, so true, bestie. I also read Project Awesome annotated rep, and it was a very enjoyable experience. Seeing all the charities really gives me hope. Yeah, it's definitely lovely to see people being helped. People seeing all the helpers, I suppose I'd say. Sorry, I'm just trying to draw this cat. Normal problems. We have just crossed $2.702 million raised for Project Awesome. What a beautiful sentence. I think this kitty's going to have like a really good quinceañera dress, because that's just very exciting. Very exciting. Is that a folklore hoodie? It sure is. You know it. I have so much folklore merch because I loved folklore so much. I also have a Cowboy Like Me jumper. Yeah. Hang on. I think the poll is over now because we said until kitty time. So, but yeah, Bunny Quinceañera won, I do believe. Tail, big dress, $103 to go. Is that until tarot, or is that until we meet the break the record, or is that until both? What is the quinceañera? It's a 15th birthday, and it's sort of like a big, you have a big party. I didn't have one actually, so you know, I'm gonna give the cat a little tiara. I heard Taylor mentioned. Yes, there. Oh, my husband snapped his collarbone. I'm so sorry. That's awful. Sending lots of best. We have broken the record. Most crowdfunding ever. Hooray! Hooray! Quinceañera kitty. That's so exciting. Okay. Quinceañera kitty. For those of you who bought the 8 Kitties print, half the self-care bunnies are gone. Incredible stuff, by the way. Half the self-care bunnies are gone. Thank you for buying a self-care bunny. Reminder that if you want one, they are available at $200. 1.49 million. Yes. Okay, hang on. Where were the good ones? Good morning to all who are just joining. It's so loud. It's so loud. Okay, so we 1.49 million. We've got some tarot. So I feel like, you know, you got to start thinking about what I'm going to paint on my face. Can we put some suggestions in the chat, and then we can make a poll for it? 1.49 million tarot. All right, I'm going to do a 3-card draw for the chat. no. Oh no. Where was it before? Why is that not working? I should definitely just tape it. Put it there for now. Staying up till tarot, then I must sleep. Fliss is a quinceañera kitty. Yeah, Fliss, Lex's cat, is 15 years old. Oh no, I just broke my nail. All right. I would like a compilation of every oh no on the stream. Okay, so my tarot deck. Maybe you should have a delayed 30th birthday celebration by having 2 quinceañeras. It's pretty good. So okay, cat on my face. Every other, any other suggestions? Oh, Pizza John. Cat on my face, Pizza John. What else for the poll? Fliss is as old, so the project awesome, indeed. Indeed. Just shuffling my Sharpie, not a Sharpie moustache. No. As mentioned, I have a presentation tomorrow. I have face paints, and that's what I will be using. No, there will be no Sharpie face, I'm afraid. But face paint, Pizza John, more fashion version of fairy bread face, Ziggy Stardust. Okay, let's do. No, there'll be no cran green on my face. No Sharpie, just pink moustache. Okay, let's do. Oh no, everyone wants crank. Everyone wants crank. Okay. Here are new options for the poll. Pizza John, crab face paint, realistic cat face. What was the other one? I don't know. Something cute. Oh, Ziggy. Yeah, Ziggy Stardust. Okay. All right. All right, that's what we're going for. Okay, in the interim, I'm reading tarot cards. I'm going to do a 3-card spread, which is one past, one future, one past, one present, and one future. And I brought my handy little book with me so I can read them quickly on the screen. The poll is up at projectwasm.com/donate. So yeah, so the first card I drew is Claudette Colvin as the 7 of Wands, but it was reversed, which is very important. So this is the past card. So reverse 7 of Wands. Wands is okay. So themes from the past: giving up, feeling ignored, complacency. I was just going to read you this because it's such a great description of it. Claudette Colvin was born in Montgomery, Alabama, making her a teenager by the time the American Civil Rights Movement made waves through the United States. Being raised in a Black neighborhood of Montgomery, Claudette had many formative experiences that taught her about racism. Once, when she was a small child, she started to play with some white children, but her mother stopped her. It often wasn't considered appropriate for people of color to dare to associate with white people who enjoyed more rights and freedoms. Sometimes it was even dangerous for Black people to try to claim such rights for themselves. Claudette was a bright child and she did well in school. Her parents didn't have a car, so she utilized the city's public bus system to get to and from school every morning and afternoon. On March 2nd, 1955, Claudette wrote an essay in school about an unfair and disturbing local custom she had observed. In shoe stores and clothes stores around Montgomery, Black citizens were not allowed to try on anything in the store, but white customers could. That same afternoon, having contemplated this unjust practice in school, Claudette was told to give up her seat to a white person. but she refused. The driver called the police and 2 officers forcibly removed Claudette, a 15-year-old girl, from the bus. All the while, Claudette exclaimed repeatedly that her constitutional rights were being violated. Claudette was tried in juvenile court and convicted of disturbing the peace, violating the law, and assault. The pastor of her church bailed her out of jail. Claudette Colvin is the 7 of Wands, represents the struggle of having to face multiple challenges all at once. The 7 of Wands personifies the one voice that must shout out loud to be heard over the constant noise. Claudette's actions had an inciting effect, bringing revolution to Montgomery, Alabama. Whether or not people knew she was responsible for it, the town and the nation would never be the same again, thanks to the fiery fighting spirit of one young woman. Claudette, as the 7 of Wands, asks, what are you up against? How can you prepare yourself to persevere through the challenge? So that's the past card. The present is Ace of Pentacles. And that is Murasaki Shikibu. Murasaki Shikibu. Let's go to the Ace. Oh, okay. So the key themes are material gift, new opportunity, environmental shift, and useful skill. Murasaki Shikibu was born into the aristocratic Heian court culture of 10th century Japan. Her real name remains unknown, but details still survive about her life and her extraordinary imagination. Typically, women in her position lived rather secluded lives and were not allowed to converse much with men. Japanese children often grew up in the households of their mothers, but Murasaki was raised by her father, a prominent public servant and scholar. Because of this, she received an unorthodox education, learning both Japanese and Chinese, the latter being the language of government and politics, which was traditionally only taught to men. In her 20s, Murasaki married a man who was many years her senior and gave birth to a daughter. Only a few years into their marriage, her husband died, leaving her a wealthy widow. It is likely that around this time, Murasaki commenced writing her most famous work, The Tale of Genji, now recognized as the first modern novel. What makes Murasaki's writing so groundbreaking is her descriptions of the rich inner lives of her characters, a standard convention in modern creative writing. Murasaki represents the Ace of Pentacles because of her ability to transform the gifts of a sharp intellect and noble birth into original written works that still influence poets and novelists today. Murasaki as the Ace of Pentacles asks us to open our eyes to see gifts being presented to us. How might you use these gifts to your most fulfilling advantage? Well, that's beautiful for the Project Awesome. I love that. And the future card. Oh no. Jane Grey, 10 of Swords. Oh, of course it's a Swords card. Oh man, 10 of Swords. Oh boy, okay. Oh no, it was reversed. It was reversed when it came up. Okay, thank goodness. All right. So this is the Our Tarot deck. So 10 of Swords is can be quite a heavy card to get, but this one actually came up upside down. I just didn't realize that because I was pulling it out for the thing. Okay, so luckily, I'll read you the upright cards, which is why I sort of had a little bit of a upright is ending, stabbed in the back, crisis, but reversed, it's light on the horizon and clearing space. When Lady Jane Grey was born, it seemed that her destiny was the same as that of any other English noblewoman of the day. Grow up, be tutored in the proper subjects, and make an advantageous marriage. Jane accomplished all of these things, but her fate became tragically complicated as a result of the people around her. This is a long explanation. So after Edward VI's death, Jane accepted the crown reluctantly, and she was right to be cautious. Her claim to the throne was shaky as there were 2 living daughters of King Henry VIII, the first of whom was already campaigning to depose Jane. She was only queen for 9 days before the Privy Council advisors to the monarch changed their She was only queen for 9 days before the Privy Council advisors to the monarch changed their minds and allegiances from Jane to her cousin, the soon-to-be Mary I. Jane was tried and convicted for high treason and executed in early 1554. Jane Grey's The Ten of Swords can represent a tragic end, often beyond one's own control. It is a card that indicates completion and the need to make a new start somehow. Jane Grey's card indicates that you may be feeling hurt or betrayed. When you find yourself thrust into an unfamiliar position, proceed with caution. Trust your own instincts over those of the people around you who may not have your best interests in mind. How can you protect yourself in a delicate position? But it's reversed. So hang on, I'm going to go to another website that I really love. Is Biddy Tarot. Please hold. Oh no. Ten of Swords. Reversed. Okay. You are combating an inevitable change or ending because you are not ready to face up to what is happening. However, the more you resist, the more situation will continue to drag on. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, and even though it may be difficult to understand what you are going through, know it is leading to your personal growth and regeneration in the long term. The reverse Ten of Swords encourages you to reevaluate your circumstances and let go of any aspect of your life that is no longer serving you. Rather than dwelling on your painful past, it is essential to look ahead and realize how these events free you up to reshape your life and choose a new direction for yourself. You can free yourself of your past and create a new sense of self. Finally, the Ten of Swords reverse can appear as a welcome sign that the pain and sadness you've been feeling is ending. When upside down, the swords in the man's back look to be falling out, releasing him of the pain and hurt he has been suffering. You're releasing the memories of the past and allowing yourself the opportunity to move forward with a sense of renewal and hope for the future. So that's our little tarot spread. I hope you enjoyed it. If you bought the tarot perk, you will not be getting a composition of these readings. I'll be doing my own one, but that's a little introduction to tarot, which is good fun. The poll is up at projectforawesome.com/donate for what I should paint on my face. Pizza John is currently in the lead, I believe. Yeah, Pizza John is currently in the lead. You've raised $1.49 million, which is wild. And overall, that's $2.704 million at projectforawesome.com. This is the Hour Tarot set. So yeah, that was good fun. Getting real called out by the website. Yeah, it was a nice little story. I liked that. And yeah, like I think the Ten of Swords reversed isn't like the absence of difficult things, but it isn't. It indicates a shift in it. So yeah, that's good fun. How's everyone doing? What's going on in the chat? Hang on. Okay, so let's go back through some of the perks available at projectforawesome.com. So we've got a Knight's Tale commentary. Me and Lex are going to go. We're going to go. We've got a Knight's Tale commentary. Me and Lex are going to watch the film A Knight's Tale and record a commentary. That's at $8. John and I are going to do a Babysitters Club podcast about Claudia and the Sad Goodbye. I'm writing a short story about Winnie the Pooh, which is a murder mystery, unless we hit 3 million, in which case I will do a romance, murder mystery, and sci-fi trilogy, and I'll actually get 3 stories. Here are goals for as a reminder. How can I vote in the poll? If you go for projectforawesome.com/donate, there is a reward, a little blue reward thing to click, or there's a poll thing to click, and you can vote there. And at $200, there's a self-care bunny illustration. There are 5 of those left. So if you want one, then do get on it. And then the first 3, the Knight's Tale commentary and the podcast with John and the short story, will all be available in the digital download bundle. So the website I used like for the last reading is Biddy Tarot, which is BIDZYTAROT, and they use the traditional deck for their readings of it, the Rider-Waite Tarot, but it's a good base for themes and things like that. So the poll right now is for how I should paint my face, and the options are Ziggy Stardust, Realistic Cat, Pizza John, which is currently in the lead, or Crab. What else was I going for? Oh, that's interesting, that the mass-produced version of our tarot is a little different. Yeah, so I bought mine in Salem and Massachusetts, in a witch shop. You were talking about languages? Yeah, Lady Jane Grey, that's a really good fact about her, that Lady Jane Grey was the last person to be executed in the Tower of London. Could we actually get to 3 million? I believe so. You were talking about languages in the chat. Rosianna, I'm an Aussie hoping to come to London in the summer. What do you recommend most? I mean, what I recommend most is all the bookshops. There are so many bookshops everywhere. But I think with London, when you're visiting London, the best approach is to pick a neighborhood, like pick a part of town. It's a very big city. So don't try and do like East London and West London in one day. Like maybe do like, oh, I'm going to have an East London day and here's all the things I'm going to do in East London. Like if it's a Sunday, you can go to Columbia Flower Market, and then you can go to Brick Lane, and then you can go and get some bagels there, and then you can go and just like check out all sorts of different things, and go to Whitechapel. You can go even to like Victoria Park and the Olympic Park, which are lovely. So I would say like pick a part of town and do that rather than trying to do everything at once. But I also like, there are some pretty basic like touristy things that I actually really love doing. So I really enjoy walking along the South Bank to the Globe, and just like, if you just keep walking there, and then you can cross over to Tower Bridge, or you can cross over to St. Paul's. The museums are mostly free, so you can go to the Tate, or you can go to sorry, you can go to the National Gallery for free. There are like, I really like the parks in general. I love Hampstead Heath, that's in North London. And then there are really lovely independent bookshops kind of all over. But there are lots of places that you can go there. Taffy says, I donated to get your Pooh story because my 3-year-old is a huge Pooh fan. I know she'll love it. Oh, I hope so. I'm working on a model for my architecture degree. I'm contemplating second breakfast. Still feeling that destined energy. Having tea and breakfast now. Oh, I lost it. Hang on. Tea and breakfast. My alarm went off 8 hours ago at 3 a.m. Wow, man, that dedication. I remember when I used to stay up for 48 hours to Project for Wisdom, and now I'm just like, I slept until 9 today, and it was still quite a lot. I want to take a moment to thank the matching donors to this hour who've done so much to drive donations. Matt and Jennifer Pierce from Bloomington, Indiana, Anne in Berkeley, Ian and Laura from Seattle, and also Anonymous, our dedicated friend Anonymous. Thank you so much to them for donating to the matching funds, and yeah, helping drive donations, which are currently at $1,492,368.20 before matching, but after matching are at $2,705,230.20, which is amazing. Science Museum is very cool. The bookshops are very cool. Gaze the Word bookshop is fantastic. Yeah, that's one of my favorite bookshops. Very excited actually to buy Lex's upcoming book Infamous from Gaze the Word, because it's a bit gay. Art galleries and museums. Go for a lovely walk. Yeah, V&A is lovely. I volunteer at the Globe, so I'm always very pro Globe visit plus £5 ticket. So it's a nice cheap touristy thing. Yeah, I love the Globe. So I love the Globe so much that I had my 30th birthday at the Swan at the Globe, which is like the pub that's attached to it. But yeah, I adore the Globe. It's so much fun, and if you get the cheap tickets, you get to be a groundling and watch the shows as those in Shakespeare's time did, and the shop there is great as well. So there's lots of good fun. Definitely take a tour if you're there for the first time. And I just sometimes like to go and like look at it on the outside, and I just go like, oh, I love the Globe. Oh, this is great. Everyone else's ideas are great. On Saturdays, there's a book market on South Bank. St. James's Park has pelicans, which is very good. Yes. Oh, and the pelicans, I think they're like Russian pelicans. They're pink. It's wonderful. Oh, we've just crossed $2,705,290 on projectforawesome.com with under 6 hours to go, which is amazing. Brain slow, but we'll have coffee in the next couple of hours. Yeah, tell me about it. I've been making pancakes off and on all morning whenever I get hungry again. It's lovely. It's pancake day on Tuesday, isn't it? That came around so quickly. Gosh, comics in Soho, so good. I love that. That's near where I got my hair done, actually. Camden Market is always a really lovely time too. Yeah, I feel like everyone needs to go to Cyberdog at least once, which is a shop in Camden Market. Oh yeah, that's great, Zuleika, thank you. And the canal's really nice and hot day, and you can walk along the canal to Regent's Park. And if you're in Regent's Park, like London Zoo is in Regent's Park, but you can actually often see a lot of the animals from just the normal park. So during first lockdown, once they started to let us go on walks and stuff again, I kept walking down to visit the giraffes, because you could see the giraffes outside, and it was very soothing. And they put up a big sign that said like "Heart NHS," and I have complicated feelings about zoos, but it was really nice actually seeing the giraffes. What else? Oh, I love these recommendations. John Soane's museum is amazing. So yeah, it's as Rebecca says, it's this absolutely mad gallery house studio of an absolutely mad Victorian collector, artist, architect. If you like weird stuff, go look at the Wellcome collection. I recommend walking from Buckingham Palace down the Mall and through St. James's Park to Trafalgar Square, and then down Whitehall past the Cenotaph to the river and Houses of Parliament in London Eye. Clapham Common has several different Quidditch teams who all have open trainings as well as great coffee. Camden Passage is lovely. I went to Camden Passage recently with Lex, and we bought these stamps that were just so cute and wonderful, and they have really affordable wax for melting. Notting Hill Market, touristy but beautiful. The pink pelicans, I don't think they have moustaches, but I'll check next time because I honestly haven't looked. Oh, Russian pelicans. Why do those pelicans need to rush? Very funny. Yeah, Lucy, it's also a Cyberdog to like, Cyberdog is a throwback to maybe, I don't think it's mid 2010s, it's like mid 2000s, mid aughts. Okay, great. Yeah, so there we go. These are all suggestions for you for your London adventures. And actually, we are going to watch now a video that is along the London themes because it is for Great Ormond Street Hospital. Let's see whether, which is going to be featured in a sec. So we're going to watch that together in a second. 11:11, make a wish. Go. Oh yeah, people are saying Richmond Park, which is crazy because I grew up really near Richmond Park, and I used to go there all the time, and it's full of deer, and I forget that that's not like a standard thing that everyone's seen, but yeah, it's full of deer, and you can go see the deer and has some lovely ponds. And if you're here in spring, Isabella Plantation is beautiful, and you can see the bluebells and stuff like that. So yeah, okay, so there's a new video featured at projectforawesome.com, so we're all going to go and watch that video together and then come back here. That was such a lovely video for Great Ormond Street Hospital. Such beautiful animation, and I think it did a really good job of summing up both like the personal and general impact that a charity like Great Ormond Street Hospital can have in a relatively short video. So I gave that a little vote. Remember to go to projectforcem.com, watch videos and vote. Very important part of your responsibility. You're going to hear that from me a lot, and you're going to hear that from John a lot when I hand over to him in a couple hours as well. Or 3 hours rather. What was I going to say? Yeah, so the important part of your responsibility today, in addition to, you know, donating if you can, or just taking part in the chat, is to watch some videos at projectforcem.com and vote for them, so that you have your input into who the funds from the second half of the Project Forcem go to, because it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money being raised, an incredible amount of money. In total, $2,705,986.20. The first half funds are going to Partners in Health and Save the Children, but the second half, it's up to you to make some recommendations. Claire says that was a cool video. My short attention span loves a short one. I'm going to attempt to wake back up at 4 a.m. People are discussing their nap strategies. It's good to discuss a nap strategy. So let's see how the poll is doing. You've raised, I'm just making sure that we haven't hit. You've raised $1.493 million on the Spotify, on the Tiltify. Pizza John is winning currently in terms of what I should paint on my face when we reach $1.5 million on the Tiltify. Why is it so cold? And we've got who's closest. Crab is next. But it's got quite a ways to go if you would like me to paint a crab on my face, because that is $800 behind. This thing involves me doing so much maths. And then behind that we have Realistic Cat and Ziggy Stardust in close as well. Gonna sleep through the wee hours and see if I can wake up for the end. Good luck. Good night to everyone. Adrian asked, can you tell us about the map behind you? Yeah, so this is the map of my first, last year and the year before, I did the Land's End to John O'Groats cycle ride in 4 parts. So it's from the southwesternmost tip of Britain, the island of Britain, to the northeasternmost tip, in theory, of the island of Britain. It's important not to say Scotland, because Scotland has like the Shetlands and other northernmost tips. But yeah, I cycled that in 4 parts in 2020 and 2021. And this was the first part, which was from Land's End, which is just behind Pooh, and up through to Bath. So that was a big long cycle. And then the gap there is where I took a car. So yeah, it was a really amazing cycle ride. I was so glad that I did it, and I definitely want to do more. I want to cycle to I want to do the London to Paris cycle, where you cycle to the ferry, then you take the ferry over. But yeah, there's lots of different ones to do. There's lots of love for the Pizza John face paint idea. If you want to make your voice heard, then definitely go to projectforcem.com/donate, and then you can click under the big long bar. They've got polls and rewards, and if you click on polls, then you can see where you can donate. Okay. The other says, my nap strategy is to nap always. Oh, the other map is this is London. Yeah, this is London, a London map. I got this for something else. I can't remember what it was for, a different project. But yeah, that's central London basically. So you've got Hyde Park, and then you've got Regent's Park, which is where the giraffes are. And then you've got, you know, the whole piecemeal. I missed so much this year. How are you feeling about the 50th anniversary of the P4A? Well, alarmed, I would say, in a very excited and positive and happy way, but it is absolutely wild. It's wild to me that Vlogbrothers has been going on for 15 years, because I watched it from the start and I'm like, wow, that is a long time. But now I've been making YouTube videos for over half my life. So I started when I was 14, and that's now 16 years ago. So that's weird. But it's good fun. It's good fun for sure. Would you consider cycling the North Coast 500? Yes, although I will say, so the North Coast 500 is a route around Scotland. So Scotland was probably my favourite part of my whole cycle, and the Lake District as well was beautiful. But the Highlands are amazing, but it was really difficult, especially when you get to the North Coast, because the hills are wild, and I was really lucky with the weather, but my very last day of cycling, my last 2 days of cycling were really foggy. Oh no, it was actually just like, I think it was just, no, it was my last 2 days of cycling were really foggy. So I was cycling through like Betty Hill, so this like headland basically, with these huge hills to do, and it was foggy and it was very difficult to see, and it felt quite scary. So I think if I do the North Coast 500, I would get a better headlamp that was even stronger, because my headlamp was quite strong, but it doesn't work when you're like cycling through fog in the same way as a super powerful one. So I would really like to do that, but we'll see. Melanie Quint says, would you say that Crab is going to claw its way to a winning spot? I mean, potentially. How much longer does the live stream go? So the live stream goes for another 5 hours and 38 minutes, and you can check how long there is left by going to projectballsome.com, and they have a little countdown for how much longer the live stream goes. So yeah. I legitimately thought Land's End was just a clothing company. No, it is, yeah, it is a place. They have a lighthouse and everything. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's very hilly up north. It's very hilly, very windy. The wind was less of a challenge than the fog. Like the fog was just scary because a lot of the time when you're on quieter roads, cards, I mean, actually Scotland was okay for this, but a lot of the time when you're on quieter roads, cars will just go really quickly because they think that no one else is going to be there, and they don't always expect to see a cyclist. I think because the north of Scotland is a pretty well-known cycling spot, then you know they're a bit more careful. But sometimes I do find that cars would just like race by, and I would just sort of be like hugging the shoulder, essentially. This pink picture, this is a print by an artist whose name I've completely forgotten right now, but I bought it in a sale during COVID when they were doing fundraising for, I think it was for an NHS trust or something. Yeah, country roads in Scotland are special, but then they're also incredible because the country roads I took up into the Highlands, like I literally didn't see anyone else. It was unbelievable, and I loved cycling up to like it was just gorgeous. So I kind of want to do that again, but we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll start drawing a self-care bunny. I needed to do a self-care bunny quinceañera, didn't I? That's what I meant to do. Wow, you're getting really close to $1.495 million. Ziggy Stardust has had a push there, and Crab is still going strong in second, but nearly $1,000 ahead with Pizza John, for those of you who are keeping track of what I should paint in my face when we get to 1.5 million on the Tiltify, not Spotify. The Tiltify, not Spotify. So yeah, I need to draw my, is that a boombox and a hammock? No, you know what that is? That is the Killers hot sauces special edition. That's actually just the box, but I can show you the hot sauces that came in it. So here we have Fire and Bone, Hot Fuss, Caution, and Blowback. So yeah, the Killers did some limited edition hot sauces, and of course I bought them. So yeah, okay, wait, hang on. Okay, so bunny. We need to draw a bunny, don't we? Where is the paper? What paper do I have left? Oh, I just found an older bunny. This one's from 2020. It says, remember to make time for yourself during the holidays. Maybe we can put that one up for sale as well. Put that over here. I'm just trying to find a piece of paper I can draw a bunny on, you know? All right, let's use this nice sandy paper. Are Highland cows sufficiently floofy to be included in kitty time? Yeah, kitty cow can be the next kitty. Pooh is so often running the stream, you know? All right, bunny quinceañera. Is it Pooh quinceañera? I thought it was bunny quinceañera that won, wasn't it? Love for old bunnies everywhere. Okay, well maybe. Okay, it ended with Pooh. Okay, well maybe I'll just do both. Maybe I'll just do both. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Okay, so I'm just gonna fold this paper in half. I'm actually gonna fold it better than that. And you know, I'll start with Pooh though, and then we'll see how we go. Oh, Bunny took it in the end. I thought it was Bunny. It ended with Bunny, but barely. Oh wow, okay. I think it's because I originally said I would end it just before kitty time. I remember because I made a tortoise and a hare joke about it. Yeah, I think porque no los dos is the right way to approach this. So I'm gonna start, I'll start with Bunny. I will honor Cloudy Pooh and a self-care bunny. I mean, Cloudy Pooh is always present. Okay, hang on. I need to put the chat somewhere. I just need more space, and my table is covered in party poppers and face paint and tarot cards. Not a bad problem. Okay. Sounds like Bunny. See, both is good. The chaos suits you. well, hang on. Just checking an emergency texto. Okay. I've been substituting the news for P4A this weekend and it's been helpful. I think that's a good approach. I think I want to do like a brown bunny. Oh no, the table. Okay. Oh, actually, I can do this. I'm going to put up. Catherine just put up my Light Soaked Days print from last year and left that. Okay. I'm just going to join the Zoom on my phone, so then you can watch me draw it, should you so desire to do that. It's much easier with Zoom as the platform, I have to say. It's a little less complicated. Oh, I got a text. It's from me. Sign in. Join with video. Connecting. No audio. Flip. Okay. There hasn't been much beanie. There was a lot of crank. Great. Oh, that's not a bad view, actually. Okay. Oh, I can see it in here as well. Okay. I saw Beanie Soundfabs last Friday. How is it already nearly another kitty time? I don't get it. I don't get how time works. I almost always draw oh, my pencil's got down. I almost always draw a bunny at this angle, I have to say. We're at 1.495. Amazing. We also just about to cross 2.708 million. Hopefully everyone has been taking care of themselves overnight. I hope so too. I think that's very important stuff to do. This is a big-eared bunny. This bunny has hair ambitions. The cats have wandered off too far from Zuleiha's computer for kitty time. We are drawing a bunny celebrating their quinceañera. Self-Care Bunny it's not Self-Care Bunny's quinceañera, but it's a project for Awesome's quinceañera, and I think that is reason enough. And then I'm going to draw Pooh celebrating quinceañera. It's a big quinceañera day. I just rejoined the stream. Last I was on was a little while ago, but 2.7 mil already, that's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I think we should do a nice green dress. Lo-fi self-care bunnies to sketch too, indeed. Do some little puffy sleeves. Maybe it will have a green top bit. I don't know how old Self-Care Bunny is now. Yeah, the Green Brothers, John will be back on first in 3.5 hours. No, 2.5 hours. And then Hank will be on at the end with him usually if he's not too sleepy. But he always comes for like the last 5-10 minutes. So yeah, the Green Brothers will be back. That is kind of why I'm wearing this tiara. It's also just because it's Sunday, which is the day of tiaras, I suppose. Oh, Self-Care Bunnies have sold out, by the way. So if you wanted to snap up one of those, unfortunately, they are now unavailable. I am sorry. What a P4A. I mean, is there more demand for bunnies? If there's more demand for bunnies, we can add more, but let me know in the chat if anyone else would like a bunny, and then we can see what we can do. Okay, so that's like a nice green top. Oh, itchy nose. Or I could also, what we could also do is that we could also re-add the kitty time prints, or, you know, just let me know what you want and we can see what you're doing. I've only just realized that's Rosianna's hand drawing. Yeah, it's me. You can see my messy desk. Okay, I think this dress needs to be proofier. I don't know what I was doing starting, so Jamioli, quinceañera dresses are usually very proofy. Oh, and the bunny needs like a little tail spot, don't they? Okay. It's kitty time, by the way. Sorry, but that last bunny's mine. Is it me or has this one gone way too fast? Hank's been mostly doing unhinged night segments. Happy kitty time. I was going to do a Highland cow kitty, wasn't I, for that one? Bunny quinceañera. Would you prefer a bunny print, poo print, or we'll need to put the kitty time prints back up? Let me know in the chat. The weather does look it's a very nice day actually. It's very it's a very lovely time. Have a little bit of purple. I want a different shade of, maybe we should go bright. Oh yeah, here we go. Get the pink in. This is a quinceañera after all. Bunny print, poo print. Highland cows are so cute. More kitty prints. All right, I'm getting mixed messages. More kitty prints. Zuleha, can we add 20 kitty time prints, please? And then once these are finished, we can add these as prints too. All the prints. Poor DFTBA. They're like, how many prints did you put on sale, Rosianna? 5 million. Okay. I mean, this is really quite a dress. And then I feel like the tulle needs to be like coming out a little bit, like the netting underneath. This is a pretty great dress. I would wear this dress, to be honest. Okay, and then we need someone needs a little tufty. This is very soothing for me personally. So I appreciate that you guys enjoy art o'clock. The crank balloon is the only one I remember. I remember only sleeping like 3 hours a night the first few years with Project Awesome, but oh boy, getting older and having a commute Monday morning, I feel like I miss out on a lot of people. But yeah, the week has changed for sure. All right, 20 more Kitty Time prints are now available. If you're wondering what they are, they're going to be prints of these kitties plus 3 more. Actually, I should do the Highland Cow one now, so I can show you live what that looks like. Just to remind myself what a Highland cow looks like. Highland cow. Oh gosh, they're so cute. I love Highland cows so much. All right, hang on. So we interrupt Bunny drawing temporarily for Kitty Time drawing. 4.5 thousand left to $1.5 million in total buy. So we're getting closer to me painting my face. Who's currently in the lead for that? Highland Cow Kitty. Oh, dog cam's gone out. Dog cam. Oh, it's because 20% batteries remaining. All right, that's fine. Ah. You can't really see this one as clearly. I think we're gonna start with the snoot for a Highland Cow kitty. Gotta start with snoot. But it's still a kitty, so you got to do like some kitty eyes, and then some big fringe. Looks like a sloth right now. Right, hang on, you can't see it. Ah! Okay, big fringe. Okay, we at the end of this hour, we're gonna have to do a stream reset, by the way, but it will be a quick one. How do I make this look more like a cat? I mean, like the classic cat mouth, I suppose. Cat ears. Cat ears that are like slightly tusky. This looks like the monster emoji a little bit. Okay, and then like a nice like, oh my goodness. Oh yeah, whiskers will help. Whiskers always help. And then and some like little slightly two-tone. I look like I'm just drawing like a Highland cow goblin. Okay, I think this is going to be like sitting down. Apparently we're very close to the next goal, which is the face paint goal. This is really funny. What else do you need? A sloth devil cat cow. Yeah, it's a cat cow. Oh, it's a cat cow. Just feel like the tail needs to be floofier. There we go. This is really funny. Why is this cracking me up so much? All right, Highland. So get thinking ahead of what you want the next kitty time kitty to be. There we go. There we go. All right, so we return to the self-care bunny. One. Oh, another nice view of the beautiful day. It's a Highland cow. Great. Thank you for that. That was in a better spot before. Cat cow is a back exercise. Yeah, cat cow is such a good back exercise. Actually, we should all have a little cat cow break. I'm just going to check in on the numbers and the figures, see how we're doing. You have raised $1,496,261 on the Tiltify. We are getting so close to $1.5 million, which is when I will paint my face, and when the poll will close. Currently the poll, wow, the poll is at $2,506 for Pizza John, $1,037 for Crab, $633 for Realistic Cat, and $499 for Ziggy Stardust. So there are a lot of good options going on right now. Wow, that's amazing. And then the overall, with matching funds, the overall figures are $2.709 million, which is wild. So thank you. Just to thank some recent donors, I'd like to thank Prince Beef Cakes. Prince Beef Cakes. I'd also like to thank Leonie, Charlie, B, Shona, Addicted to Fantasy, Evelyn, Dieter, Hilda, who says cow kitty time, Anonymous, Sabine's Moustache, the Okos, who says, hooray, kitty time drawings, thank you so much. Teresa, who says, thanks everyone for another amazing P4A. I've loved watching All Chaos, Hank and Destin, The Calm, Rosianna and Taylor, and The Inspirational, John and the charity guests. Jem says, take that, Wild Suck. Turtle, Anita, Rachel, Nika, who says, this first time donation, thanks for the work you do. Ash Rose, Rachel, Svan Solange, Mr. Nice, who says, DFTBA, Claudia, who says, it's my first time participating and I'm loving it. Sharon Rose, Karma, Jenny, Lollipop, who is in need of that bunny, who I think took the last bunny, Dano, Helen, Kelsey, and Sienna. Sabine, Dioko, Thorsten, Samla, who says, thanks for making me feel less alone this weekend, everyone. Takeshi and Tracy, Anonymous, Helen, Martha, who says all the goodness, Henry, and Carla, who says, thank you everyone for all the energy and effort you have and will put into decreasing Wild Suck. I am happy to be part of this community. So it is 11:48 my time. It is different times. The sun is rising in some of your places, sun is setting in other places. So poetic. At this point, we have a bunch of kitty time drawings available. We've got 15 kitty time drawings that are available at $40 if you would like a print of the kitty time drawings that I have been drawing. We've got short stories still available, Babysitter's Club podcast still available, Lifestyle commentary still available, and then lots of other perks as well still available. We're closing in on $2,710,240 raised, 62,000 votes. Please take time away from the stream to vote at projectforawesome.com. Watch your videos, sort them by category, etc. And yeah, Kristen is doing some gardening. We're almost at 1.5 million on Tiltify, half an Ian to go. Yeah, underslept for a good cause and a good time since 2011. Kitty time prints are only $40. Kiss. Very true. So let's continue painting the bunny quinceañera. I think the bunny needs a tiara as well. TBH. TBH. We can't deprive the bunny. I think I'm going to introduce some of this pink into the top as well, because otherwise it's just a bit different. Maybe the bunny can have a nice like necklace. Yeah, the bunny deserves a necklace. Oh yeah, this is a pretty great dress. I'm just saying, I would wear this dress. I'll give you another view. Getting tired, but I want to see face paint. I'll go to bed after face paint. I'm excited to do this face paint. I will also be taking much direction from the chat. Don't forget to hug and thank yourself for all the good you've done. I googled the cat cow yoga pose for stretching time. Very good idea. A very good idea indeed. What do I need now? Okay. Self-care bunny loves necklaces. How am I doing? I'm doing well, actually. Sometimes I feel like when it gets to this time, I feel a real sense of urgency because I'm like, oh, I've got to raise a bunch of money and you know, before we hand over to John and make sure we get loads of votes in and all this stuff. But actually you're doing so well already that it's like, it's just been this really lovely time for me as well. It's been such a rough week, in addition to having been a rough couple of years, that now it's just really nice to sort of be with everyone else. So yeah. The bunny's colors are so nice now. I see them. I'm glad you like them. I'm going to give you, what color should your tiara be? I guess it should be the silver color. I want to get a brighter color for that though. Cleaning stuffed animals basically makes them whole new stuffed animals. So true. What should this bunny be saying, do you think? What would Self-Care Bunny be saying on the quinceañera? I'm not really sure. Polls is how we make cash money. It's very true. Speaking of which, speaking of cash money, you have raised $1.4967669 on Tiltify, getting ever closer to that base paint goal. And at the top of the hour, we're going to reset the stream. So yeah. Oh, Nicole, good luck waiting for your flight. I hope that the delay isn't too bad, but I'm glad that you're able to join us for this special time. How's my phone doing? I need to charge it soon. Oh, it's Bunny needs, I don't think Bunny needs shoes. I think Bunny's dress is enough without the shoes, but you do need little beans, Bunny. Where's my bean color? Goals, get us to the goals. Remember to celebrate. I like that. Remember to celebrate is a nice one. Because that's really what that's all about, you know. It's really what bunny's all about. If it doesn't spark joy, let it spark the revolution. Maybe a bit much for a bunny. I like that too, but maybe that's you know, Mark's bunny. The sleeves aren't quite there. Maybe for a flock small chaotic. We're really close to 2.710. 2.710, 2 million. We're really close to $2,710,000. We're very close. Claire is debating whether or not to get the Nag Fighter puzzle, and I vote that you should get it because it's really cool. And Alice's designs are absolutely amazing. Amazing. The carrot revolution is here. Can we make this one into a coaster? We'll see. I was going to do another coaster. I just need to come up with a coaster design. So I don't think it will be this because it's not, you need to do like clear lines for a coaster and this is not clear. But doing a little celebratory happy dance is a great way to get yourself up and moving and stretch those legs. Don't forget to stretch. Destin raised $150,000 total. That's crazy. He's amazing. What an amazing fundraiser and person. And Dino Nauta. Okay, so we've got some eyes. Yeah, I think celebrate is celebrar. Right? Or festejar. Festejar is quite good. That poem reminds me that you should also be kind to your current self because you are also your past self. Very true. Destin figured out how to gamify donations in a really effective way. Good thing he's using that motivation for good. Yeah, I mean, the Dino-nauts are just like absolutely incredible. I so badly want to go to the moon every year, but I'm asleep when it's time. I'm sad that I missed Destin. He's so great, but I need sleep because I have 7 oral exams tomorrow and you cannot do that without sleep. Wow. Why do people live streaming always behind the real amount? Because there's an automatic thing that you can see around here that I can't see, but that feeds it indirectly. And so yeah. How much time is left? 5 hours, which reminds me that we're going to switch over the stream. Actually, you know what? Let's do that now. Let's switch over the stream. So you have to go to, hang on. Sorry. So in order to save, sorry, I dropped the bunny cam. In order to save the stream, we have to do a reset. But the link will be at projectforawesome.com/live, and we will see you again in a minute. The mods will help you in the chat when it's time to refresh.